afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. Coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne.
Will Stewart here. Today we're just doing a pub talk. So a lot of people are out of town and all of that good stuff. I think Stell's out of town. I think JP's going out of town, and my son has 2 games tomorrow out of state, so I will be out of town tomorrow night. I will be here for the watch along in the morning, so make sure that you've hit the notification bell for that one. But yeah, we will be doing that. But tonight we're just gonna hang out, talk about the Bournemouth game coming up, talk about the transfers that haven't happened over the past week and a half. Talk about whatever anybody wants to talk about, football related, of course. We'll try to keep it that way. But yeah, it's just a Friday night show, hang out, do all that good stuff. There's 56 people watching live right now. Make sure you've smashed that like button, hit the little thumbs up bar, and all of that good stuff. And we will start bringing folks in. If you do want to join the show, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Just click that link, jump on in. We can have up to 10 people, I think, in the show at one time. So if you want to do that, feel free to do so. And we will start bringing folks in. But, yeah. But let's take a look at the comments, see who's there right now. Hopefully the comments are working tonight. They weren't working last night for Mari's show, but there's the link right there. You can pin it. Who's hosting? This guy. If you're sad about that, sorry. That's just the way that it goes. We got LA 007 in the house. Evening. Cold shot. Big up, guys. It's just a guy right now, but there are guys that will be on the show shortly as soon as I get through all of the people that have said hello in the chat. John George in the house. Can't wait till you come over for a game at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Hopefully you'll bump into Sean. There as a season ticket holder now. Hey, if I bump into Sean, I will be polite, like I always said. Yeah. TJ's in the house. Big up TJ. Watch your show. You had a good show earlier today. All that good stuff. Big up the Gooners. BT is in the house. Please click the thumbs up button and hit the subscribe. And please subscribe to the channel. That is true. BT, thank you. You're on it, my man. Appreciate it. Disabled teams in the house. Good to meet everyone. We got Chris. Bonjour. Bordeaux. Spurs. Bordeaux. I don't speak French. Who else we got here? Hennessy's in the house. Evening, ladies and degenerates. Degenerates? Are you calling us degenerates straight off the bat? I appreciate that. Wayne Holland in the house. Big up. What time does the game start for you? Me in Atlanta, 7:30 in the a.m. It's freaking early tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to it. But I'm looking forward to Spurs. I'm not looking forward to waking up at 7:30 in the a.m., especially since I have to drive 3.5 hours to North Carolina shortly after the game finishes. So that's going to suck. We got Ant in the house. Big up, Ant. Who else we got? Custom Spoons. If you need some custom spoons, check Custom Spoons out. We got Aaron Lawrence in the house. Big up, Will. Big yourself up, my man. Spurs Plus. Ange Postacoglu Ale. There you go. That would be a good one. We got Ronan in the house. Who else we got? A Shirax Ace. Big up, my man. But let's start bringing. I don't got anything. Roy's in the house. And Eva, big up. Keep popping your names in there real quick. I'll give you a shout out before we start bringing people in. It gives people a chance to join the show. They need to join the show. Some people have been there waiting for a long time, so we won't go too far anyway. But Roy's in the house. Hope all are well. Joseph, big up Joe. Scott, Coys. Am I still beefing with Henry? I don't really beef with anyone. I just say what comes to my mind. I don't hold grudges. And to be honest with you, it doesn't really. I don't think about it all that often until you guys ask me questions like this in the chat. So we got people that stir up trash in the chat. So, but no, I'm good, my man. Alex, Phil P's in the house. Happy Friday, woo woo woo. Big up. We got Jody as well. Dave P, sup, my man? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. All of that good stuff. That's it. Let's start bringing in the guest, first guest of the night. You guys know him, you love him. Michael from Poland is in the house. Big up, Michael. How you doing, my man?
Big up, Will. Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, not much Spurs related going on, but today's rumors about Salah have got me thinking, how will Liverpool deal without him if he goes?
Yeah, but I watched a little bit of the clips from Jurgen Klopp. He said no way it's happening, right? So, you know, we can all hope that it happens. I don't know if it will actually happen. We got Richo here as well, and we got 3SS Sports in the house as well. So.
Yeah, from what I've gathered, like searching through internet, apparently Salah said that he's open to going, but he won't force to go, right? And apparently the offer is somewhere around like £100 million, and he's supposed to be making £200 million yearly while playing there, right? So I guess if they offer enough money, I wouldn't be surprised if FSG.
Well, I mean, when you're making about £200,000 a day,
yeah,
yeah, that's a pretty good. I can understand why. I can understand why Masala wants to go. Liverpool, would they be willing to sell him for £100 million if that's the transfer fee? I don't think they will. Not at this point in the window.
Yeah,
the owners might. Jurgen Klopp may not want to.
The owners might. Jurgen Klopp might not, right? So it's kind of a strange thing because Jurgen Klopp might be saying, you know, unless an offer comes, we will, and even if it comes, we will say no, right? But he can say no, but FSG can say yes, and he has nothing to do with it, right? If they accept the bid, then Salah is going, most likely. But yeah, it would be really strange if they accepted the bid right now, right? With what is it, like 6 days to go or 5 days to go, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless they could jump in. Like, I don't even know who's really available right now to play on their right-hand side that could even replace him. You know, I don't know. Maybe Liverpool's always been interested in Son. Maybe they'll come just switch that £100 million over to Tottenham to pull Son out from underneath.
Interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. We got some more guests in the back. Let's bring on Adrian's in the house as well. Big up, Adrian. How you doing today, my man?
I'm fine, thank you, Will. And good to see you, Michael. First time we've met her, actually. I've seen you on loads of other podcasts, Michael. You talk a lot of sense, mate. You talk a lot of sense. So does Will.
Thank you. You know, I always dread it when someone new meets me, and so I always dread it if that someone says, you know, you talk a lot of shit, Michael. You know, piss off. Why are you on everyone's shows? And I'm like, oh, come on, man.
And I have a Polish name, Michael, as well.
Yeah, my actual name is Michał, right? But I always say that I'm Michael for ease of use, right? Mm-hmm. It would be really strange, you know, to teach every English-speaking person how to pronounce my name. It's easier to just say Michael, right?
Well, Michał, Michael, it's just potato, really, isn't it?
I mean, what I really want to talk about was the transfer windows. We got 7 days to go, basically, and. When I read between the lines, the conversations I'm actually seeing are mostly homegrown based. We are linked with Gift Orban, and we have been linked with Pershers, but we've had more conversations with Fulham over Tosin. Whether he's an Arsenal fan or not is irrelevant, you know, because he's got a year on his contract, and as the Monaco deal has crashed, he's got a choice to stay at Fulham or basically come to Spurs. And we've been linked with Brennan Johnson, who
same. I don't want us to get him.
He's very quick. He's good with the ball. He's good moving forward and doesn't seem to lay it off. Doesn't get assists and things like that. But we've looked at him for a couple of years, and he did score 10 goals last year. And for a wide player, a winger, a 1 in 4 strike rate is a very, very good strike rate. But I'm an old school eye test player rather than a stats man, so I'm like that with him, right? Tosin I would take tomorrow, 6'5", probably one of the fastest players in the Premier League. He's 6'4", 6'5". I would take him in a nutshell. And when it comes to a question of fans, oh yeah, but if you bring a player in and like he squeezed, he ain't gonna come because he's got 2 in front of him. That's total BS because with 40 games, even you get knocked out of 2 cups, right? You don't know where you're going to be with suspensions and injuries. And if you bring a third player in, third centre-back, you can guarantee him 20 games. And you can bring Ashley Phillips, who I really love, the young kid. I love this kid, right? You could bring him in as fourth choice. And then if you do get stuck and Udogie gets injured, you can push like Van der Ven on at left back and still play a Tosin in there. So I want a centre-back. More than anything else, I want a centre-back. I'd love Gift Orban. I think he's very Defoe-esque. He's fast, he's quick, he's as raw as anything. Don't get me wrong, he is raw. But his XG for scoring goals is mental. It's absolutely mental. And then when people say to me about the Belgian league, yeah, it's the Belgian league. Really? Alderweireld come from there, Vertonghen come from there, Company come from there, Dries Martin come from there, Eden Hazard come from there. You know, the list goes on and on and on of that Belgian team that should have won a competition, actually. But
yeah. By the way, I don't really like people
panicking over the transfer window. I think we'll get two of either Tosin Adarabero, Pershers, Gift Orban, or a Brennan Johnson. And I actually think we will get the two homegrown, Brennan Johnson and Tosin, because the rest of our homegrown are crap, basically. You've got three goalkeepers, Foster, Alston and Whiteman. You've got Roden on loan, Spence, Tanganga and Harvey White, who's not going to break into that midfield now. Not our midfield, not with
By the way, all three of them are linked with going out. Right?
Oh, you got Madison. I mean, and that's even without Skip and Højbjerg there staying. He's not going to break into that. You got Sessegnon among there as well. So the two English real homegrown that will stay will be Skip and Madison. The rest you could get rid of, but you can't get rid of them unless you bring another homegrown. This is why I think we're going for Brennan Johnson and Tosin Adarabioyo, because he's homegrown from Man City before he went to Fulham. So I think that I'd love to get three, and I'd like to Gift Orban to be the third one amongst that. But
so we didn't have to worry about the homegrown players since we're not in Europe. Like the only thing is that we can only register 17 foreign players.
Yeah, 17 foreigners. We
can have more on our books. Yeah. We just can only register 17.
We have 19 foreign players, but 2 are under 21. Udogie, I mean, God, he's not.
Yeah, they don't count. So
and Salah, Udogie and Salah don't. You won't believe it. They don't count. You got other than that, you got Vicario, Regulon. You've got Sanchez, who will go, Romero, Emerson, Højbjerg, Lo Celso, and Dombele. Well, you know they're going to go. Poros, you know. So
Ben Davies, I think technically counts as a foreign player as well.
No, it doesn't matter this year because we're not in Europe.
Right, but even for the Premier League, unless they don't count Welsh teams.
Premier League quotas are different to the European League. They're different. I mean,
but
foreign because he did his earlier stuff in Portugal. He counts as a foreign player. So does Davis, I think, under that rule as well.
Yeah, Davies and Dyer both for Europe count as foreign players.
Because we're not in Europe, we don't count.
Homegrown for Premier League, right?
Does he?
Yeah,
if he doesn't count as a foreign player, then we can register him. But we got one guy in the back to bring in. You guys know and love Mari. Big Papa's in the house wearing the white shirt. What's going on, my man?
Really whites. It's hot here in Florida. I got my cherry Coke to keep me dehydrated.
I get Sprite.
Yep. And,
it's cooled off a little bit here in Atlanta. It's only 83 today, so.
Yeah, it's in the 90s here. And I'm hoping in 7 days we get rid of Dyer to Fulham. I swapped deal with Tosin. I heard you guys talk about Tosin. I would gladly take him. I think it's time to go.
In a heartbeat.
I mean, it's. I just think it's just time to go. You know, Kane's gone. Now Dyer needs to go. It's just you overstayed. You stay. Thank you for your service. You know, his last couple of comments kind of rubbed me a little bit the wrong way. Him whining is just. Angiera is here. We need the positivity. I love Romero's comments today. You know, people say he's taking a jab at, you know, but but anyway, if everybody's all on board with this new regime, then we want everybody on board on this new regime. And so that means Eric Dyer, you need to go start a new start at Fulham. Bye-bye, sayonara. I will drive you from across the Atlantic if I have to down the road to Fulham. And so, yeah, let's get that swap deal going. Dyer for Tosin. I mean, I don't rate Tosin as much, but you know what? It's a new start, and I would take him.
He's still way better than Dyer, right? And
yeah,
like listen, I'm like you. I'm not rating him so highly, right? But Dyer's level is so low that whatever pretty much you bring, right, will always be better than Dyer. And he's 5 years younger.
True, Michael.
4 or 5 years younger.
Tosin Adderall is either the first or second most fastest centre back in the Premier League, prior to us getting Mickey van der Ven, of course. So he would suit Ange's system. So I agree with you, Michael. He's better than Dyer.
Oh yeah.
I mean, are you guys worried? Are you guys worried at all that there hasn't been like any outgoing or ingoing even conversation really on Twitter at all this week?
Well, I don't know if I haven't really heard shows.
You had the fact that Napoli feel better, Barcelona are interested in Lo Celso, haven't you? And you've got the fact that
but that's been around since the beginning of the window, and they just keep Wolves and Newcastle apart from Fulham. So we wait with. So what I do on the transfer windows, I tend to weed out a lot of the
ITKs.
No, a lot of the what I just call like reposters. So like I only follow like big time journalists, Fabrizio Romano,
Tomazio.
Yeah. So I get notifications on those guys, and I might maybe one or two of the more, I guess you could say, reserved Spurs ITKs, like who do we got here that I used to look at, like the Spurs Express, stuff like that. So they only put out like news that's close to being done. So I don't get all of these little, just basically repasting old news stories from 4 months ago type of guys, and I haven't seen hardly nothing.
Well, I talked about it yesterday on my show last night about last season we got to learn about Donna Cullen. Now we've got to learn about Rebecca Capelhorn. I did some research. She went to university. She's worked in finance, right? Finance and tennis and football. She worked for I forgot what club. I think she was at QPR. And basically her job is to handle, I don't know, the term is handle contracts. And so apparently she's in charge of the outgoings. And so for me, I'm trying to be very respectful.
Wait, I thought Paratici was the one doing all these deals. That's what all the other YouTubers say. I'm not allowed to say names anymore, so I'm going to say all the other YouTubers. All the other YouTubers are saying that Paratici, the Don, is the one who's been orchestrating, who signed all the signings this summer, who's handling all the outgoings, and he's cooking. We don't got nothing to worry about. But according to like actual sources, rather than people's conjecture, Daniel Levy's the one ahead of all the incomings, and this chick's in charge of all the outgoings. So
Rebecca Capelhorn, her background is financing and contracts, and so the thing is, right? Okay, she has the experience of contracts, but the thing is, right, when you're dealing with other clubs, Adrian mentioned Napoli, right? Right. Of course, in the same report, Daniel Levy doesn't like to cut losses. He wants to get the full value. So, all right, so she's hired to handle contracts, right? And Tanguy was for 45 mil, right? So her job as a contract person is to get the closest to 45 mil. But what she doesn't understand, because she's never played the game or been scout in the game, is just or understand that no one's going to pay that price for Tanguy. Right? You have to cut your losses, not even half. Their clubs, I think Napoli over 15 mil or something like that, you have to cut your losses. And so I'm not saying that Rebecca Kipperhorn doesn't know her contracts, but the thing is, she has to know football knowledge, football temperature, that we have a lot of bad assets. And so it's not saying that, okay, we got to sell everybody for cheap, but you got to know that you're not going to get...
Yeah, we literally do. There's nobody in the Premier League that wants any of our deadwood, and so we're going to have to sell it to Europe at a cut price because nobody in Europe can afford to pay anything half of what we pay in wages or what we got that. But let's bring in some more guests. We got 2 more people in the back. First one, Ryan Isaac from Tottenham Hotspur in the house. Big up the big Rye, the Rye guy from Tottenham Hotspur.
How you all doing?
Doing good, my man. How you doing?
Good, all good.
We're good.
Ready for Bournemouth. Ready for Bournemouth.
Ready for Bournemouth?
Go on, Ryan.
We've also got one more.
I don't know why she's here tonight. What Sun hater is she gonna mud tonight? I don't know. But we will find out. Everybody in the comments, show your love for the one, the only, CQ.
Hey boys, I am feisty tonight.
Go.
Get ready, because I have some rants.
Uh-oh.
THFC rants. I have some rants.
Let's hear him.
But this is a Spurs. This
Let's
is
hear
a
the
pub
rants.
talk. This isn't a rant show technically, but we got one more guy to bring in. What song should I play for him? This'll work. He's hardcore. Takes names. Throws people over the top rope. Everybody in the comments, show your love. KPV's in the house. What's going on, KPV?
Not much, just shocked to hear the news that Bray Wyatt, WWE superstar, passed away yesterday at age 32.
Condolences. Yeah.
R.I.P. R.I.P.
Yeah, condolences to his family, and there'll be a tribute in just less than an hour, 1 o'clock on SmackDown. So, yeah, 1 o'clock is when I'll be leaving this, because I can't miss SmackDown, so can't be.
That
up for long.
works. That works,
Yeah.
man. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. People.
Yeah, but yeah,
I haven't really been a big wrestling fan since the late '80s. So.
Nah, I hear you.
You're a Hulk Hogan fan, aren't you?
Yeah, I was a whole.
Yeah, see, knew it.
Original yellow trunk Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Respect those.
Not Hollywood. Not
That's what it's called. Let me tell you something, brother.
Just the OG yellow
I'm only
speedo.
used to seeing KVP on the Irish Hotspur.
Yeah.
I knew it. I called it. I knew you're a Hulk Hogan fan. That definitely tracks. That's definitely on brand for you.
Hogan, Ultimate Warrior.
Ultimate Warrior.
OG Hogan.
Andre
And then you found out that his wife and all his kids look exactly like him, and then he has a mistress later, and then his mistress looks like him, and then his future girlfriend ended up looking like him as well.
Bam Bam Bigelow.
Oh
Yeah.
Are you saying that it's of mixed motherhood?
What?
Could be. Incest? Is that what we're getting at? Incest?
No. All I said was, are you suggesting that it's children of mixed motherhood if all the mums look the same as the children?
Oh,
Basically,
well, they all look like him because they all got.
Cube,
That's the thing.
Are you saying, Cube, that he wasn't a safe pair of trousers in kind, right? Is he a safe pair of trousers or not?
I don't know. There might be some. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you can find that many blonde haired.
Don't like blonde haired girls tend to all look pretty similar to each other, if we're being honest.
But it's like the blonde is like a very specific blonde.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry, I digress.
Yeah, I blame Michael
Only.
and the Eastern European blondes.
Really?
Yeah, I like blonde women only.
It's just that like Hulk Hogan has a specific blonde, and then all his like wives and girlfriends have that same blonde.
How do you know? Because normally if you turn 3 blonde girls upside down, you get 2 brunettes anyway.
I've always been a fan of the brunettes, not so much a fan of the blondes personally. But going back to the transfer window,
I like blonde women only, man. Blonde only. So any blonde women out there, you'll be coming for me.
I don't think blondes are ugly. I've never been into super fair-skinned, individuals. So.
Oh, for God's sake, Will. This is getting ridiculous.
Everyone has their preferences, right?
Their preferences, yeah.
Perhaps we should stop this.
I do like blue eyes, though. But I like brown hair, blue-eyed girl.
I grew up in New York City, and I went to various schools and stuff, and I ended up going to predominantly Italian schools. So I have a soft spot for Italians, but when I was living in a Caribbean neighborhood in Brooklyn, we had this one Irish kid. His name was Dunna, and man, he was the only white kid in school. But because it was a Catholic school, and he had a lot of street cred. But this guy, he had all the sisters. And he was like, man, he was saying, man, I just like a little shade with my sisters. He said, I just like. So I was like, will remind me of my friend Dunna. He'll be in there, just diverse. He dated black girls, Asian, Indian. Growing up.
I don't have a problem, obviously, but I've never dated a black girl before. I wouldn't mind dating a black girl. Obviously now I can't because I'm married, but I didn't really have the opportunity, to be honest with you. I didn't really live in a place that had a very large population. I lived in so for me it was primarily white, Asian, Hispanic girls were primarily the girls that I dated. So, but we got football wise, going back to the football thing. The
football thing.
We do have a game that was played today. Chelsea ended up beating Luton Town 3-0, but it is Luton Town, so it's not like that's a real shocker. 3-0. Raheem Sterling with 2 goals.
Waking up.
I don't know. You saw my comments on the WhatsApp, but I was real salty about it. Even though it was expected, I was really salty about it.
Yeah.
Just because I was like, because I don't care what all these Chelsea fans and pundits are saying. Chelsea did not play well, especially for the quality that their players have and how much they cost. Like, they did not play well. I don't care what anybody says. They did not play well.
I didn't watch the game, to be honest with you. I was in the middle of doing an unboxing video, so I didn't.
I'm just saying they didn't play well. Don't let people get it twisted. It did not play well. Luton, on the other hand, Luton just doesn't have enough quality, but they poured their heart out. They played their heart out as the way as I see it. They just don't have enough quality, unfortunately for them. But their fans showed up. Their fans are a little bit of away fans that they had. They couldn't even fill the full like stand. Were louder than the entire stadium of Chelsea fans.
Yeah, but does their whole stadium even hold as many people as sit in the away stand at Chelsea?
11,000.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. They were louder, like than the entire Chelsea fans.
Literally half their daily match base coming to Chelsea.
Yeah,
because
and
the away side's 5,000 seats usually.
Yeah, and they were loud. They were loud, and they were like punching hard and everything.
Simple yes or no question. Will Luton break the record for the least amount of points in the Premier League?
I think that Sheffield has them beat on that.
Will Luton get more than 11 points, yes or no?
No.
I think they will.
Yes.
How much was it? 17?
Once I think that they might win some games.
They will get 11 points, in my opinion.
Once they start playing in their own stadium. I think Luton at home maybe will be a different story.
Yeah, we've got to go to their place.
A lot
soon
smaller
and-
pitch, tight, noise reverberating off of all the buildings. Because basically their stadium's just sitting in somebody's garden, right? Somebody's backyard. And
Yeah, some Arsenal fan is from Luton. DT, he's from there.
And Bald Bean Counter says Luton will stay up. I think that's a hot take.
I hope they will. I'm rooting for them to stay up. I'm not rooting for them to do any better than us.
Pretty much all sewn up. Luton and Sheffield to go down. Pretty much sewn up.
Yeah, but I think
it's one from about 6 or 7 to take the other spot. Let's be serious.
I mean, there's 5 right now that have they're sitting on 0 points. So, now granted, Burnley's only played one game, but
Everton,
it's 2 games, right? So
Everton, Burnley, Wolves,
Sheffield,
Norwich.
Burnley, Everton, Luton.
Sheffield
Wolves.
can go down.
Bournemouth on 1 point.
Sheffield and Luton, I'm already
Goodbye.
ruling out down, but for that final spot, you've got Everton, you've got Burnley, you've got Wolves, Bournemouth. You got to look at to potentially go down.
Everton should go down. Not like because I have a big problem with them, but Everton should go down given you can only battle that out how many years in a row. Like they maybe should go and go down to give themselves a reset.
They'll bail out one more time. Wolves are gone.
I think Wolves are in more danger because they've sold players. I know they played really well at Man U and should have won that game, but that's also a bad sign, isn't it? I mean, I think Wolves are more in threat to go down with Sheffield United and Luton. But, the Premier League gives you so many twists during the season down that bottom 6 area that I'll probably be made a fool of and I'll probably be wrong. But I just think Wolves they just sold players, haven't they? They haven't brought anyone in and I just think
They're brought in a few people, but nobody
Doherty,
of them knows.
that would have been a blow to them not
They
winning
brought
at Man
Doherty
United.
back.
Yeah, they signed Doherty. I think, look, because you get those parachute payments when you get relegated out of the Premier League, right? It's like £100 million or something like that, right? So I think a lot of teams, especially when they get into financial issues, if they don't have a whole lot of history, if they've been kind of a yo-yo club, I think it's almost, they do it on purpose. You know what I mean? Just to get that money, so they can go back down to the Championship, buy 5 or 6 more players, and then come back up, right? Like that's kind of their deal after a while. Because if you think about it, if you've been in the Premier League and you don't have the sponsorship and you don't have and you're not getting a lot of money from league position tables, you start to run out of funds after a while. If you don't have a lot of commercial contracts, if you don't have a lot, so it almost kind of incentivizes people to kind of throw it, I think, to give that big of a payment for going down.
Yeah, there aren't many championship teams established enough to like constantly stay in Premier League after going up, right? It takes Brighton, Brentford, those clubs that have the financial model, where that aren't in any danger of going like financially unstable, right? Whereas clubs, I think that Watford is one of those clubs. I think if they wanted to and they actually scouted properly, Norwich, maybe Fulham could. Like Fulham is one of the more wealthy clubs, right? But they just, I think those yo-yo clubs sometimes, I have a feeling they want to stay in the Premier League. They just scout poorly and they are just not good enough, right? The shit that Watford pull off every season, like they go up and they sack managers 3 times during one season because they are not satisfied with the results. This is just plain old stupid, right? It just comes to like management decisions. But as you said, whenever they drop down, they get so much parachute payment that it basically doesn't matter and they go straight back up, right? So
yep. And I think that's because you see Wolves, they haven't spent a whole lot in the last couple of seasons. Like when they first came up, they invested a lot of money, spent a lot of money on a lot of these players. I think they had some big contracts too, as far as like wages and stuff like that. And it just didn't work out. They could never get into those European spots, and I don't think they could really get the commercial contracts and stuff like that to really stay sustainable. And when you spend that much money and you haven't really gotten anything back, sometimes all you can do is just go back down and get that payment, and then, get your books back in the black and then come back up.
How big is Wolverhampton, the city? I mean, because that's the city, right? Wolverhampton.
Yeah, I don't think it's very big.
Birmingham. Wolves are a big club. I mean, not ginormous, but they are in the Midlands. You've got Villa
and Wolves. Yeah, the
Wolves, Forest.
Wolves is from Birmingham. I thought.
The Forest are not. I mean, Nottinghamshire. You've got. I mean, there are
about 262,000.
They're like Villa, Birmingham are among them as well. Which were all big clubs in their day. Birmingham were big in their day.
It does kind of sound like they maybe do want to go down or something. I don't know, because they're about to. It looks like they're gonna sell Nunes to Man City, and if they do that, then
they got nobody.
They're kind of screwed. Yeah, they're pretty.
By the way, they've bought him for shitloads of money, like 40 million euros or something, right? Last season, they bought the guy, and now they will be offloading him to City most likely, right?
Yeah, this summer losing Neves and Nunes, which are like two of their best players, and it's just like, I mean,
Moutinho also retired or went somewhere, as far as I remember. I know he was old as fuck, but still, he was like solid for them, right?
Flanagan went to
Monaco. The thing with Wolves, Villa, this is where you get confused with like rich owners. It's not about how rich the owners is; it's what they invest. Because like Wolves owners and Aston Villa's owners, on paper, are richer than Joe Lewis. So it's not about how much you are really worth; it's how much have you got, in liquid assets that you can invest in your football team that you have bought.
Yeah, I mean, how you get liquid assets is by selling assets that you hold, right? And so it just depends on whether you're willing to do that or not. Like Joe Lewis, I think, is worth 6.1 billion.
If you've got ready-made cash, that's never. I mean, like there are richer owners in the Premier League than like Joe Lewis.
Not a lot.
Although he's disassociated with Spurs. Oh, there are. You can go and look it up. You can look it up, right? There are richer owners.
Oh, there are richer owners for sure, because you have teams that are owned by, nation states.
Well, you have
but what I'm saying
Newcastle, Man City, and Chelsea to start off with, right?
Well, Chelsea. Todd Bowley's not actually.
Joe Lewis.
Stan Kroenke is worth more.
Stan
Kroenke's like 15 billion or something like that.
I actually think the Wolves owner's worth more.
Probably.
Yeah. Our owners are about halfway down the league, I think. But that doesn't mean a thing anyway, because it's not a question of how much you're worth, right? Have you got money to invest in your football club? Is it just like a trophy wife to you, which it is for a lot of them,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that there is some of it has to do with how much they want to invest, and there is a little bit to do with liquidity as well, because obviously some people, some owners have more liquidity than others, because your net worth can be like way more, but if you don't have, that money, if it's tied up in other places and there's not really a lot that you can do about that, then you're kind of, in trouble. So,
well, don't mean to interrupt, but we got
investment company.
We got one more guest to bring in. Just pops into the back. You guys know him. You love him. Best name in the chat. And he's got a green screen today. De La Spurs is in the house. I don't know why your thing's black. There it is. The green screen got you all froze up.
Oh, it does. Oh, man.
You're frozen, man. Oh,
there you go. You're moving now.
Although
your computer can't handle the green screen. I like it though.
Downloaded the picture and everything. All right, cool.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm going to sign out. I've got to be up early for a long trip to Bournemouth.
Right.
So, see you.
All right. Bye.
Cheers, man.
Big up. Big up.
Guys.
Coming on, Rai.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Tottenham. Well, everybody go subscribe to Tottenham on tour. Them guys over there, Brian Daigle, Ryan, Danny, Brian Ireland. I don't know who else. I don't know who else. All right, I said Daigle already, Kyle.
So,
Yeah,
But yeah, Wolves
So-
are owned by a Chinese company. Their main owner of the Foshan group is Wao Guangcheng, and apparently he's worth 6.5 billion, so not a whole lot more than Joe Louis.
And, well, that's the thing about Chinese owners too, is that they got a lot of ties with the government, and they have to get a lot of, they have to get approval and from the government in order to
Spend
keep investing and spend and everything
outside
like
of
that.
China.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it
that's-
kind of that's what I'm saying. Like, it depends on, it's not just the net worth of the owners. It depends on what other influences they have there in order to spend.
And that's actually because China's cracked down on it. I think that's why Wolves are probably in trouble, because you had Inter Milan, a similar situation.
Inter Milan has Chinese owners, right? And
Yeah.
they also had financial troubles because of some government.
Yeah, the government clamped down on how much money could be invested overseas or something like that, and stopped allowing, investments of that type. So they're probably hurting right now because they're not getting the faucet got shut off.
Even the Chinese Super League, I mean, that ended up being a bust because they weren't even paying out their players and their managers,
But
because
that's also because of the government, right?
yeah,
The owners
because
get
the
money.
government was sort of clamping down, and being like, this experiment that they were having wasn't really working. So they were like, okay, we're just going to pull the funding for it. So, yeah. So there's just I'm just saying, I don't think that net worth is necessarily equates to how much money you are going to or expected to invest.
Just depends on how much they're owned by the percentage, right? Like if it's a 10% amount, then it's not really a big deal, right? We're talking majority owned, right?
Yeah, majority.
I'm sure there's.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I would be willing to bet that there is some Saudi or Qatari ownership in Tavistock Group. I'm sure they own that stock, right? Like you can't. So if they're a part owner of Tavistock, it's a publicly traded stock. There's no reason why they couldn't own Tavistock stock.
No. Joe Louis is over 70% owner, and Daniel Levy.
No.
himself
You're
is
misunderstanding what I'm saying. So Tavistock is the main company that owns Enoch, right? And Enoch.
Yeah.
So Tavistock is a publicly traded company. So that means anybody in the whole entire world can go and buy their stock. You don't know all of the hundreds of thousands of shareholders that are owning those stock, who they are and where they're getting their money from, right? Enoch
I'd
may
agree
be a
if they're listed, Will. If
Yeah,
they're
they're
not
listed.
listed,
Tavistock's
then
listed.
I don't know. I don't know if they're listed or not.
Yeah, they are. Tavistock is.
Yeah.
Tavistock's
Enoch's not.
mothership.
Enoch is a subsidiary of Tavistock.
If you look at Spurs financial, I've got a list in my group of all Spurs financial reports going back to when they first come to the club. If you look at the last report from the year ended in June, there are, on page 46 or 47, you'll look, there's something like 12 or 14 companies that are involved with Tottenham Hotspur. You've got development companies, you've got this, that, and companies.
Yeah, I get a bunch of them.
The two main companies involved with the club are the original Tottenham company, which is the long-winded name, which is Tottenham Hotspur Football Athletico Company Limited. That company owns the players' registrations and gets all the TV revenue in, which is more money than the other main company out of the two main companies out of all of them, which is Tottenham Hotspur Limited. Tottenham Hotspur Limited owns the stadium, right? So the stadium gets all the ticket sales, all the food and beer, right? But it doesn't make as much money as the original old school company at all. It's split. And you'll have separate companies that own the training ground, the Women's Super League, the Spurs shop, which is the biggest sports shop in Europe. Because they've obviously got to have logically, they've got to have separate revenue accounts for all those businesses.
No, they
And
do it for
are-
tax reasons, so that they don't. The tax burden
Well-
gets just pushed around and split up over different places, so that when you have costs, for example, you only have to pay taxes if you make a profit. So if you can get the books down to zero every year, then you don't have to pay tax, right?
Well, exactly. Well, I mean, like, would you assume that even though the Italian, American, and Brazil football team have stayed at the Spurs training ground, which is state of the art and world class, right? Very close to me, actually, right? Would you assume the training ground to make money? I wouldn't.
If they lease it out, yeah, it'd make money.
But it would then be leased to the club, the other companies, and leased out to like any foreign national team that wants to come and play there or train there.
No, they could be selective on who you lease it to. For example, they only have like certain promotion groups that do concerts there. They don't just have anybody come and play a concert there, right? It's
And I think it would probably suit them if the training ground didn't make any money. You know what I mean? It may suit them. I don't know. I'm not an accountant.
No, I mean, you want it to break even is what you want. You don't want it to lose money. You don't want it to make money. You want it to be. You want the books at zero at the end of the year, right? And any money that's come in the day before the fiscal year ends, you go out and spend as much money as you can to reinvest into the company to get it down to zero. That's how business works, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, as far as like ownership is concerned, stuff like that, I just think that with the teams that are coming up and down and stuff like that, I just don't think. And like Chelsea, people want to say that Chelsea's got ties to Saudi Arabia. I mean, that's really not true, unfortunately. If they do, it's very off-link ties, right?
And you look at the club when people say like, look, I'd love new owners. We'd all love new owners that would come in, clear the debt, like going to invest heavily in the team. Of course we would. We wouldn't give a damn if they were like a dodgy Arab state. We wouldn't care because like fans of Man City, Newcastle and Chelsea don't care about Abramovich and all the other owners, right? But, you know, we wouldn't give a damn about it if it meant we were going to win trophies, would we?
Well, I think it depends on the fans, right? So actually, I'm wondering if I can do my rant now because I had intent.
Well.
I had intent when I was going to come on. Okay, I don't know if you want to even really call this a rant per se, but I have something I want to talk about. So Ali Gold, I don't know if anybody watches or follows Ali Gold very much.
Before you get started, let me fix one thing. So Clear Lake Capital is an American company. It's not a Saudi company. And there is one guy who is of Saudi origin, but is a U.S. citizen, has lived in the U.S. for 30 years. So the 60% that's owned by Clear Lake is not a Saudi connection. Thank you. Goodbye. See, I'd stop with that. Just Wikipedia. Okay, go ahead. Now that you're...
Okay. So speaking of ownership and money spent and all that stuff. So Ali Gold, one of the only Spurs journalists I actually follow. He has some stuff that he gets wrong and everything, but generally speaking, I think he's all right, And so he, in his YouTube video, he kind of was talking about how I don't know if anybody saw this or not, but how the Supporters Trust protest about the ticket prices and how it was so well organized. And how it was like, he kind of was complimenting it and saying that they did a good job of it. And the reason why it worked, he considered it to be like, oh, it worked or it worked well, was because they were so focused in their message. And the fact that, and he was kind of side-eyeing, I would consider it to be, kind of alluding to the Levy out movement, saying that, implying that the Levy out movement was not that way, or that the Levy out movement was alienating some fans because of like certain, because of the negativity around the movement and being a little disorganized. So I want to talk about it.
I was there for that protest movement against ticket prices with Brian Daigle. I know him, right? Where I differentiate between some of the fans there that you're either Levy in and out. No, you're not. You're either Levy out or you're a Spurs supporter. There's a big difference.
Well, that's what I wanted to get. That's what I wanted to get to.
Go on, Karen. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, so that's what I wanted to get to, was basically I want to say that this is my kind of gripe. I think that he made some valid points in regards to some of the reasons why maybe some of the Spurs fans who are not Levy out, why they feel alienated by the Levy out movement. I would agree that the reason why they feel that way is because they think that Levy out is negative. I don't think it's negative, but I think that they think it's negative. And the reason why for that is partially because I don't think it's all cultural, but it might be a little cultural in some aspects, as somebody who's American and knows a little bit about how Americans are, because we are the top of the people that protest. We just love to protest here in the States. Okay. So we don't equate, as an American, I'm not speaking for all Americans, we don't really equate like protesting and being unhappy with a situation or a government or establishment to you are not patriotic, or you are not, you don't love that thing that you are protesting against. Yeah. So, but I think that some Spurs fans who are not willing to get on board with the Levy out movement feel like there is this, like, if you are not happy with some aspect of the club, you are therefore not happy about the club in general, and you hate the club and you're not a fan. So I think I think that his point about that is valid, and I think that is the root of it, and that is true, because you actually see like some people on Twitter, some influencers and everything, who keep talking about how unhappy they are about Levy, about other things, but then they don't support the protests, and then they won't say Levy out. And the reason for that is they don't want to be associated with the movement because they think that the movement is negative in that regard. However, I will say this, that I don't think that the movement is disorganized. I think it's very clear what the message is. We want Levy out. We think that this ownership and this administration is not good enough. And I think that is a very clear message, and that is not disorganized whatsoever. So I contest that. Secondly, I think that just because culturally, whatever, you dislike some aspect of your club does not make you someone who just dislikes the club in general. And three, I want to combat that fallacy that Levy is a good businessman. I am so fucking tired of people trying to use Levy being a good businessman as a reason for Levy in, because that's just straight up bullshit. And the reason why I say this is this: the one good signing that Levy has made over the last three years has been the signing of Todd Klein. So for you guys that don't know, Todd Klein is the chief commercial officer of Spurs, and he is an American, and he was signed, and then all of the things that we've seen, NFL, F1, Beyonce concerts, all of that, because he came from the NFL originally, all of that has been Todd Klein and his team over the last 3 years. So credit to Levy in identifying Todd Klein, bring him over and signing him. That was a good choice. I will give him credit for that. That being said, all the work that's being done is Todd Klein. However, you are not a good businessman if you are losing money on players. If you are buying players that are not working out for the club and you are losing money on them because you can't get rid of them, or you are hiring and sacking managers and then you have to pay those managers out, you are not making good money on that, and therefore you are a not good businessman. I want to be very clear about that. Just because he hired one person that does well and does good business and is actually doing his job, does not make him a good businessman, because he has a whole nother section of the club that has a bunch of people who are not doing their jobs and not doing it well. So that's my rant.
No, good rant. Good rant. I agree with a lot of your points. Yeah. I spoke to Brian myself, and I said to him, I said to him online as well, that like I agree over the ticket prices. I agree with so much of all that, right? And I said to him, I think a lot of your problem, a lot of the big problem is demographics as well, because you lot are in a different country, so that you need to understand the geographical challenges that he has there, which are part of them demographically are the fact that, like, if you went back, I'm old. You went back years ago before the new stadium was even built. I'm not knocking it. We needed it to be able to compete. So I don't go with the argument people say, oh, I wish it was back to the old days. No, because the more revenue we need now, we can compete with Chelsea and Arsenal and teams like that, right? But what has happened is over the years, back in the day, even back in the day, I could go back 20 years, 30 years. There was about 3% of the people that lived in a poor borough of Haringey were actual season ticket holders at the club, right? The pedestrian fans, I don't know. I haven't got no stats on that at all. But they've drifted away recently because of the high ticket prices and all that. And Haringey is still a very poor borough. So I get that as well, right? So you're trying to reach out to fans that aren't in the borough. So that is a problem for Brian. I'm sure he's got a think tank of his members that are thinking about ways to counteract these problems, you know. So you've got people that are going to come to the ground. They're not going to go to the protest if they're coming from miles away, even those, especially those that fly in, right, that are rich enough to do that, right? They're going to come to the ground, go to the pub, meet their fans or friends that have agreed to meet with. They're going to go to the game. As soon as they get to the game, they're going to want to leave and go home. I understand that. I fully understand it. So there is a problem. Alistair Gold said on one of his recent podcasts I was listening to, I like Alistair Gold, he turned and said that also the problem with reaching out to fans is, he said, now because we're involved and we're all in social media and we're on here now and all that, we're all in it and we all think it's like all busy and active and all that. He said, which I'd like to see the research and the stats on this, that social media only reaches out to 3% of football fans. Now, I question that. I do question that. I doubt it. I mean, especially as I'm active on Twitter and Facebook and things like that with Spurs, run a group of 12,000, right? And like, so I don't know. I don't pressure my group to like go this way or the other. I let people make their own choices, right? I don't know. So there is obviously a sort of a disconnect. There's also has to be a better way for the protest movement with Brian, and he's good. We're doing a good job, and I agree. We should always have a group that holds Spurs and the board, whoever the owners are, should hold their feet to the fire. There should always be that pressure on them to provide the best for us, because they're charging us top-notch prices, right, to go to a game when you don't even know if you're going to see a good game. If you go down to West End, where you went on Broadway and you were paying £65 or $100 for a ticket, you read the reviews, you know you're going to get something for your money, because the reviews will say, what a cracking show. With football, you don't know what you're going to get. But we still go because we love our club. I won't give up my season ticket because I love my club. If I lose it, I'll never get it back again, or I don't think I'll get it back again. So that's my love for the club. My love is for the team and the club. It's not for the board, right? I would love a new board. Like I said earlier, to finish off what I've got to say, I'd love a new owner to come in, an Elon Musk, a Microsoft, an Alphabet, or own Google, you know what I mean, or worth $1 trillion. I'd love one of those to come in. You know, Elon Musk, he could call it a SpaceX stadium. I would love all that, you know. We wait and see what happens. That stadium is a shining jewel.
So here's my thing, okay? So I think most people know that I am Levy out. That being said, Levy Enoch out. That being said, I don't know if protesting is for everybody, and I think that everybody needs to make that decision for themselves, kind of to your point. I agree with that, and I'm not really necessarily saying that I, say that everybody has to do that thing, okay? Like, I think that everybody does their own thing, in their own way. They need to stand for, like being against, certain like like the regime in their own ways, right? Like, for example, you know, Black Lives Matters. I don't want to get too political about it, but I'm just using an example that there are people that, you know, were out there protesting in the streets. And then there are people that are representing and in a different way and didn't feel like protesting is their way of going about it. And that's okay, I think. But that being said, I just don't like this thing about making people who are feeling passionately about the club and making them, whether it be Levy in or Levy out or whatever, I don't like them making them feel like they are not a fan or they are not a true fan. I really have a problem with that, because just because you don't agree with the regime, and you protest or you say that you don't agree with them, does not make you not a Spurs fan. And actually, I'll even call it out. I know that this channel and myself are very, Levy out, but I don't think that, saying that, you are not Levy out makes you not a Spurs fan either, to be totally honest. I hate this thing about people thinking that just because you feel a certain way and that's how you do it, that you are not a true fan or you are not a fan. And my other issue, what I was calling out earlier, was that I just want to debunk that fallacy that Levy is like a good businessman, because he's not a good businessman.
If you want to make it that black and white, you're either Levy in or you're out, you don't support. It's not about that. That's not what it is. You're either Levy out, then you've got ordinary Spurs fans. And some of them, because of demographics and all that, some of them listen, but a lot of them assume that everyone uses Facebook, everybody uses Twitter, everybody uses Instagram, everybody uses Snapchat and all that. There is such a disconnect between the majority, probably the fan base, that Spurs fan base, that don't use any of that anyway. And they haven't really got a clue what's going on. And they hear about some sort of protest and they don't know nothing about it. This is where the protest group have to get the think tank together and reach out further than they are doing. Now, to me, it's not a question of numbers. I turned around to Brian and I said, look, don't kick yourself in the balls over the fact that you haven't got 20,000 people protesting. I said, you've had an effect. They have had more effect inside the stadium with the balloons and everything else than enough. If you think Levy isn't rattled, don't believe that. He's fucking rattled. Believe me, he's rattled by this. They at that stadium, they're businessmen. It's all business. They want a business model, a pure sanitized stadium and all this shit, right? And now they don't like that because they think it affects business. It affects sponsors and all that. They have had Brian and his group have had a great. I've only stood on 2 protests. Can't attend them all. I'm busy with my own group, doing my own thing a lot of the times, right? That might sound lame to other people. If it does, it's fair enough. But I mean, I have people to meet before games, after games, in the stadium, outside the stadium, in pubs and blah, blah, blah. I only live a mile and a half from the ground. So, I'm very close and got the vibes of what's going on everywhere, And locals are not happy. They can't afford. I've got mates that can't afford to go to games. And they say to me, as a season ticket holder, they say to me, if tickets go on general sale for the League Cup, they're like 20, 25 quid, can you get us a ticket and all that? I said, I'll get as many tickets as I can, right? They're not paying. My season ticket cost me about probably 65, 67 pound a game. They can't afford that. This is the local people in Edmonton where I live, and the local people in Haringey, which is a poor borough. They can't afford that, right? I hear that through Spurs, they give out tickets to so many games they can't get rid of them. Yeah, really? Give them to me. I'll get rid of them for you. So this is an issue. I fear for the future legacy of our club, the fans that I grew up with, right? Going back 60 years. I fear for the fans. What are we going to have a fan base in the future? Or are we just going to be like a prawn sandwich brigade? It's just going to be like those that can afford to go on football going to
Adrian, I could tell. Adrian,
it frightens me. I won't be alive to see that. Don't get me wrong.
I could tell you something, man, and I appreciate when you speak because I don't know if you saw my channel that I had 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. I used to have a guy named Arthur. We used to call him King Arthur, who he was alive when we won the league. He could tell you stories about Jimmy Greaves and I get jealous because that was the heyday of Spurs. Because I was alive, and the thing about this club, and just to kind of wrap up, what you're saying, what Cube is saying, and our direction as a club from Ange is that right now this club is because it's interesting because people say we got our club back, and I thought about that, like back to what? What does back means? Because for me, right, in regards to why this club don't protest or whatsoever, you got to think of the other clubs. Like you look at Man City, before this regime came, I would say that they didn't have an identity to the sense of Man City now, because of their success, if Pep leaves and they go on a dip, their fan base will demand glory and success. United fans, though they haven't had glory for the last, maybe 8-10 years, but they demand it because they've always been in the position of glory, so they're used to it. Chelsea, before Roman came in, right? They were kind of like us. They're satisfied, mid-table, winning a trophy here and there, domestic cup here and there. But when Roman came in, it changed the perspective of the club to the sense of we now demand this. You can use other sports. The New England Patriots. There was a time the New England Patriots were the laughingstock of the league. One owner comes in and changes the whole philosophy. They haven't won the Super Bowl the last couple of years, and the fans are demanding, like they have history of winning things. And so when I look at our club in sense of protest and not protest, the fans are, because I think the older fans have seen the glory, and it's so far off that these fans are like the 90s, I would say the 90s fans, where we were mid-table. And since, Daniel Levy still has a study that we went up 2 spots, like from average spot from 9th to 6th, 6th, 5th, which beat Champions League. Now, as a fan base, it's almost our pinnacle. Yes, we say, we want trophies, we want to win more, we want to win the Champions League, we want to win the league. But in all honesty, we want good football and Champions League. And the thing that, for me, I feel that my heart is going to be broken again by this regime in the sense of that Andrew's going to do such a great job. He will get us back to top 4, right? He will get us challenging for the league. But this regime will never do enough to put us over the top.
Oh, they won't invest because the way they make their money, they're an investment company. It's a bit like if you buy a house, if you bought a house 30 years ago and you spent in America, I don't know what it is, X amount of dollars, today's value of it would be like 10, 20 times the amount of that value. That's where they make their money. They don't put their own money into the club, right? They don't invest. They're an investment company to make money on their investment in the future. It's a bit like Alan Sugar when he sold the club, right? He knew straight away when Enoch come in, right? He's not a mug, so he knows Enoch coming, they're going to buy the club. They want to buy you outright. A bit like the new owners or prospective owners of Man United want to buy Man United. We don't buy you outright. And they go, nah, we ain't having that. Because they know, the existing owners know that if they can keep a 20 or 25% stake in that club, they know that new owners are going to invest in some way or another. that club's going to grow, and their stake, their investment is going to grow with it. So they're never going to sell up wholesale. Never. If anything ever left Spurs, they're never going to sell up wholesale. You look what they've still got to do, right? You've got at the back of the stadium on the south stand where I go, in the fan zone, there's a 160-bed hotel got to be built, right? They're not leaving before the whole package is ready to sell. You've got the Women's Super League over the golf course, all the units over there they want to build as well, improvements on the training ground, which is world class. I've been over there. It is phenomenal. It is fantastic.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, because they're all split into different companies. You don't have to sell them all, right? You can sell the club without selling the hotels and the stadium. You can also,
but all those companies will. If someone's coming to buy them, you ain't going to buy Spurs if you can't buy the training ground. You ain't going to buy Spurs if you can't buy the Spurs shop. You ain't going to buy
a lot of people
Spurs
do that. Who was the same thing happened with Simon Jordan at Crystal Palace, right? He owned the club, somebody else owned the stadium, and it took him multiple years in order to buy it back. That happens all the time. Same thing happened with Wrexham. Same thing happened with all kinds of clubs. They split it up all the time so that when you buy something, you end up having to pay again and again and again and again to get it out. That's why they've got it split up. Well, they don't buy it. They don't sell it in a whole package. That's the point.
Right? Because I think hotel's not built, right? The work on the Women's Super League over the golf course now, which they've leased for the next X amount of years, all the stuff they're going to do over there, which that lease will be continued in perpetuity. It will happen, right? That's not going to, that's going on. There's also property companies from the club that own properties in the Tottenham area and land in the area where they're going to build and all that. It's not fortunes, because like when you're talking about dealing with players' values of 40 and 50 million profits and loss on them, you might build like 20 or 30 houses, or you might be 50 or 100. You're not gonna make the same amount of money you're gonna make like when you're dealing in football, but you still make a profit. That's why them companies are there, because like whether they're construction companies, this, that, and the other development companies,
they can't not make a profit right now, though. That's the point. They've had an over 100x, right, ROI on their initial investment of, £50 million. If it sells for $5 billion, 50 million, that's 100x.
What they bought of sugar, look at them, right? What have they done? All right, don't get me wrong. I get a buzz every time I go to the new stadium. I wish all you guys, if you can't go, or if you've never been, could go there, right? It's fantastic. I mean, I'm a local. I live.
Taylor Spurs is there right now.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's nice. It's really nice in here. You're right, man. You're not lying. You're not lying.
Yeah. But hold on. Okay, so
I'll finish off because I guess the whole premise of my speech was that the reason why the reason why our fan base is split in so many factions and there's a lot of factions they don't protest is just that because our club doesn't know. And honestly, don't know what we want. We don't have.
It's a question of reach, mate. It's a question of the fact that like, most of the fan base all over this planet haven't got a clue about the protest. It's not so much split. There is a direct split between those that know what's going on.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about.
But the problem is that when people,
Adrian, I'm not talking about I'm just saying that we don't know what we want for our club. That's what I'm saying in general. The protest
we do know what we want. We want investment in the squad. Right?
Adrian, there's people who just want nice football.
Or not. We want to win trophies. That's what we want.
No, there are people happy not winning trophies.
Adrian, I'm with you. I want to win trophies, but there's people who just want a good time at the stadium. There's people who want to be entertained.
That's it.
In the stadium. They just want top 4. There's people who just want to be entertained. We're all not united. United fans, every United fan that I come up to, there's
That's
one
the
thing.
minimum requirement, though. I mentioned that earlier, right? You're in
Yeah.
America, right? If you go
Yeah.
to a show on Broadway, right, you can read the reviews before you go. You pay $100, $200. I don't know how much these shows cost out there, like whatever it is. You know you're going to see a good show because you've read the reviews. With football, you put your heart on your sleeve. You don't never know what you're going to get, and at the end of the season, you might look back and say, like, well, how many good games of football did I actually see during that season? But because you love your team and that is a drug, you go back for more and more and more because you love your team, right? And that's the thrill, the jeopardy, the excitement, and all this, and not knowing what's. That's why you go. That's why
We're talking about expectations, not guarantees, right? Some fans don't
There's no
expect Tottenham to
guarantee.
win a trophy. I
Because of those
expect
lads-
Tottenham to be competing for trophies. I expect it. I don't
Yes,
want
I
it.
do.
I don't dream for it. I
I do
expect it.
now,
expected.
especially now we've got a new stadium. I expect it even more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And I-
but some
and-
fans don't expect it. That's Mari's point.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Because we haven't tasted all that glory in the last 30 years, our fan base, in all honesty, it's divided of what do we want. You have people who will say we're very successful.
It's not
But
want. Every club wants to win a trophy, right? And what Luton fans want to win the Premier League, right? But they don't expect it. There's a difference between want and expect. I expect us to win trophies. And the only reason why we aren't is because of the way that we operate.
So here's the thing. So my thing, the reason why I even brought this up was just because I actually did think that Alec Gold had some valid points in regards to what he sees as some of the reasons why there is some split in the fan base, or why there's some, some division in there.
Split on social media. Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with his reasoning as to why that is the case. My thing is just like, I have this issue with either side, or whatever you may believe in, of people thinking that, or accusing other people of not being loyal to the club or not being true fans for their beliefs. I don't believe in doing that. And people can go back and watch everything I've ever said before. People that disagree with what I say, I've never ever said that they are not a true fan, or they are not a fan, or they don't love the club, because I just don't really agree with that. And then secondly, I don't agree with people who are going to hide behind the fact that Levy is a great businessman, because he's not. He's not a shit businessman either, by the way. It's just that he's not great because there are aspects of the way that he's running the club that are not good business. Or hiding behind, oh, well, you are all negative, or you are the problem. Why don't you just call it for what it is? You don't want to be associated with Levy out, or you don't want to protest, or whatever it is, because you don't want to feel bad or feel negatively about your own club. Because just admit that that's what the reason is. Not because somebody else has a problem, but rather because you have a certain feeling about your club, and you don't want to feel bad about your own club in any way, whether it be like the leadership or whatever, it's top to bottom. You just don't want to have any sort of anger, negativity in your way that you feel about your club. So
Yeah, but
it's
so
not
Daniel
a problem
Levy's-
with anybody else. It's not a problem with somebody else.
Daniel
That's
Levy-
your individual problem.
Q, do you think then, like, we have a fan base of sheep supporters then?
Say that again?
Well, do
Yeah.
you think we have a fan base of sheep supporters?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
If you're defining
Yeah.
by sheep of willful
Okay,
ignorance,
I just want to see. I
will
I
say
try
that.
to-
So hold
I
on.
try to look
The
at it
reason
from
why
all angles and keep a balanced perspective. I agree with the protest. Don't get me wrong. Stood on two of them, right? But I'm wondering why there hasn't been more effect. Don't get me wrong. I think the protest said, and I said to Brian, I said, right, look, don't kick yourself in the nuts. The protest has had an effect, right? You've made the club and the board feel very uncomfortable. And if it isn't them, and now the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust having a go as well, right? We're saying like, look, now you really are under more pressure now because we're not putting up with this fucking ticket prices.
So hold on. I'm going to answer your question.
My view on ticket prices, I'll tell you this, right? If the Premier League can turn around to us and say like, right, 3,000 your fans in the corner of this fantastic stadium can come to it for 30 quid a ticket, which I'm fine with, right? Nothing against that at all, especially if they might travel from the far reaches of the UK to come to a game. I'm not with it. Then all the tickets in the stadium should be 30 quid. And if every team did that, this is the problem with, I'm not an anti-capitalist or nothing like that, or a communist in no way, a socialist in that way, whatever. But if every team did it across the board now, because teams don't survive on gate receipts nowadays only, right? It's revenue from other streams.
It makes up like 10% of their annual revenue.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
If every team went, right, the ticket is, if we can do it for away fans, we can do it for home fans, in my opinion, right? And we can do it for every fan across the country, right? Not try and squeeze the balls out of every working class citizen in this country and those that come to watch people play football, right? You should be able to do it at 30 quid. And if that meant that we had deflation in the transfer market like we got now, and players weren't paid so much in wages and transfer fees weren't so high, right? I'm there, right? I'm there because this is bullshit. All this increase in prices all the time is fucking bullshit.
You guys are pretty spoiled there in the UK, right? Like the average NFL ticket price in the US is $365.
Yeah, we're already there.
250 pounds, right? So to talk about 30 pounds.
Will, is that justified, Will?
People pay if the customer's willing to pay it.
American capitalism.
The seats aren't empty.
That's capitalism, yeah.
Yeah, that's American
someone who's willing to
capitalism for
pay.
you.
I don't know nothing about the ordinary American citizen or the ordinary working class American citizen and all that. So you have to forgive me when I'm about to say this, right? What sort of American citizen, ordinary class, can afford to pay that and what can't?
Well, the average salary in the U.S. is like $28,000 a year, right? Which is nothing. That's the average, right? If you make more, you're in the top 10% if you make more than $80,000 a year.
Are you in it, Will? Are you in an area where, like I do where I live, right? And I'm very close to the Spurs stadium, where I know there are people can't go and afford to go and watch their football team.
Yeah, there's a lot of this is the difference. People don't go every week to watch football unless you're a season ticket holder, which costs, way more than season tickets cost in the UK for less games, by the way, half the amount of games. You're looking, people go once or twice a year and then watch it on TV if they're a huge fan, or they just watch it on TV. They don't go to the stadium at all. Right?
It's just so expensive.
So how do those clubs generate a future legacy of future fans to those teams?
Well, it's been
regional.
It's
family.
It's regional. Yeah, but also too, like for example, the NFL has now become really a TV sport. Though the stadiums are still packed for those who can afford, but the common Joe or the common guy, if they would go to a game, it would probably be one game. They'll pick that one game for the year because now it's a TV sport. So I see the Premier League already going to that. I agree with you because of the pricing, where it's now become a TV sport, and that's why the Premier League, has the huge out all the leagues in the world. They have the best TV deals in America, Mexico, outside of UK. They have the best TV deal. And I know you guys have the rule in the UK where it is that some games are blocked out. Like you can't get all the games on TV. I bet you that's going to change because it's going to be a TV sport. Where
blackout rarely ever happens anymore.
In the UK still have that rule that you can correct me if I'm wrong. Adrian.
I mean, in the US, in the UK, blackouts happen.
Yeah, in the UK. Eventually, I think that blackout rule is going to go away because the price of the tickets they keep going up. Yeah. Eventually, the Premier League is going to be a TV. It's going to be a TV league because the common Joe, the price of the tickets are going expensive to a point that
I agree. I mean, you're so right. I fully agree with you what you're saying, and also when you go to it becomes fully TV. So now it becomes a monthly payment of a TV description, right? And then when it gets to the stage where people are squeezed so much they can't afford it, in the UK it's like we have pubs, what you call bars in the UK, in the US and all that. So fans will go and watch their team play in the local bar because they won't pay the TV subscription because they can't afford.
We have sports bars. Sports bars do huge thing here.
Right.
Like when I was in my 20s, we used to go to the sports bar every single Sunday from 8 a.m. till about 2 p.m. and we would watch multiple NFL games and drink beer and eat wings and do whatever. Like, I mean, that's a common thing. Like you're lucky to go to a game, right? People go to MLS games or buy MLS tickets because they're a little cheaper, but even MLS tickets are $70, $80 a match for most teams that are worth watching. I mean, I don't know what they are for like Chicago or someplace up in Canada or something like that, but you're talking season ticket prices in the NFL that average $280, or $2,800, $2,800, $2,400. That's a season ticket price, right? And then you have to pay what they call what do they call those things? There's like a seat tax on top of that too, that you have to pay. So
yeah, and you go in a Spurs ground and it's like the cheapest pint of beer is like £5.20. I don't know how that.
Yeah, it's even more. It's like $10-12 here for a beer or something.
Yeah.
That's even more.
And if you want like burger and chips,
that's what I'm saying. You guys are spoiled. You guys are spoiled. You guys are spoiled, is what I'm saying. Like even at a baseball game, which is like the cheapest
joke.
The cheapest tickets anywhere are at a baseball game.
Hold on. I just want to respond to like Bald Bean counter since I know you're all Levy there. A couple of things. So Tesla stock, a lot of money, right? Each Tesla stock is worth a lot of money. Tesla, for all intents and purposes, doing great. Is Elon Musk a fantastic businessman? No, he is not. Because look at what he's doing with Twitter. Elon Musk is an inventor. He is a visionary when it comes to engineering. Is he a good businessman? No, he is not a good businessman. He does not manage his business as well. Just because
Twitter's
he's making money, just because he makes money for the business does not equate to everything is he's a great businessman. I did not say that Levy was a shit businessman, and I didn't say that he is bad, in everything. I said that he is not doing his job completely. That's what I said. I said he is not a fantastic businessman because he is not being fantastic about everything. So
Levy's good at what he's good at.
The other thing is that hold on, there are businessmen, quote businessmen, who make money through illegitimate means. There are crooks out there that are businessmen.
Yeah, of course,
does that mean that they're a fantastic businessman? Not necessarily.
A lot of the crooks are actually probably smarter than the non-crooks.
They could be smart, but that doesn't mean that they're a great businessman. It's an entirely fantastic businessman.
I don't know what you mean by great businessman then. Right?
My gripe and your gripe and all these people's gripe is not the fact that we've got a new stadium, world-class stadium, the best stadium in the UK, probably in the world, the best training ground in the world, and all that. That is not the issue. The issue is like you've done all this at the expense of providing us with a successful winning team that wins trophies. And now, what is really happening is you put prices up everywhere. So basically, it's like a government. We are being taxed as fans. We are being taxed as fans to pay for, right, your mistakes regarding with the team and the footballing side of the club. The business side can't fault it. Would like to throw up and spew over that as well. I can't fault that though. That's been perfect. We've got a wonderful football stadium that everyone envies. We've got a wonderful football training ground.
It doesn't matter how good the stadium is if you can't afford to go there, right?
All 5-star and world-class stuff. But you failed on the footballing side. Everything's been wrong. The recruitment's been wrong. The employment of staff's been wrong. The whole structure for the academy's been wrong. Which fair play to Paratici, sorted a lot of that shit out, right? And with a lot of his signings as well. So I can give him credit for that, right? But that doesn't go down to Levy, right? So like all that on the footballing side and the investment in the squad has been wrong. It's been wrong.
Because that's not what he specializes in. Like, I don't know what the debate is right now. Like, excuse me if I'm lost, but it sounds like you and Cubes are on the same side. Like, I don't understand what the debate is about.
There is no debate as far as I'm concerned in regards to, I'm not against what
we're just ranting.
I'm just saying what I'm saying, and then he just responded.
Yeah, but Daniel Levy is good at what he's good at, right? He comes from a background of property investment and private equity investment, right? That's what he does. That's what he built his career on. That's how he got in good touches with. He does that stuff great. Like he's like great on that stuff. He's not a football chairman. He shouldn't be the chairman. He could be an owner. Right? Fine. Right? Be an owner of Enoch, be an owner of, a member of Tavistock Group, do all that stuff. He shouldn't be chairman of the club. Right? Mm-hmm. Because a chairman of a football club should be an expert in
clueless
football.
On the footballing side.
Yeah.
He has been totally clueless. I think, and I hope that he has woken up
I don't have a problem with Enoch owning the club.
No. We're a big football club, yeah, that have never won nothing. So what we do, we'll employ a game show host, a magnetic attraction. What we do, we'll employ a Mourinho.
So here's the thing. My issue with the footballing side, obviously I want to win trophies, and I think that's important.
That will solve the problems. I get the fact that like if you are a mega organization, you want someone who's sort of famous or glamorous to head your project, right? We don't need that at Spurs. We don't need that.
Hold on. Okay, let me. Adrian, you've been going on for a while. Okay.
We should have gone for a Postecoglou fucking way before we even thought about Mourinho.
But it doesn't matter. Hold on. The owner doesn't matter. The owner does not matter. The manager doesn't matter. If you would have backed Conte the way that Conte needs to be backed, we would have been successful. If you would have backed Jose the way Jose needs to be backed, he would have been successful. If you would have backed Nuno the way Nuno needed to be backed, he would have been successful. That's fact.
Well, I agree with what you're saying, but the point is, we are Tottenham Hotspur, and we're in that sort of like middling to top echelon of being a top club, but we were never going to be in a position where we had the wealth to back a Mourinho.
We have the wealth.
No, we already have it. That's the issue that fans have is that we are already there, but we're not.
We already have. Hold on. We already are in the top three. Hold on. We're already in the top 3 in revenue in the Premier League. We already are in the top 10 in the world as far as profitability is concerned. We're already got enough in the FFP things to be able to spend £400 million in a single window without even pulling, Todd Bowley. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish first before you interrupt, right? We even got Todd Bowley. Without even doing Todd Bowley tactics, we could spend £400 million in the window. There's a difference. We are not poor, right? Manchester City 8, 10, 15 years ago, no Manchester City fan would have been able to say, we're going to go out we don't need a Pep Guardiola. We don't need to be all these. We just, we're happy in doing all this. The difference was is they came in and changed that. There is no we are Tottenham. We don't need, right? That's a complete and utter fallacy. If the owner wanted to make Tottenham successful, all he has to do is make them successful. It's as easy as that.
The reality is, right, is the fact that we've gone for this big lunge forward to be this space age new club with this space age new stadium, world class training ground and all that. But what people, although we've got this enormous revenue, we turned over, I think it was like under 450 million last year, yet we disclosed a loss of 51 million pound.
That was carried over from COVID. That's the only reason why it was a loss.
No, true. 2 seasons. Well, the seasons didn't overlap of losing all that match day revenue and money from beer and pints, which amount to about £1 million a fucking game, right? There's that. No, I agree. But we are saddled with an enormous amount of debt. We paid £41 million interest. Now, we could put down payment on 3 players and £41 million interest on the debt last year.
But it's an asset loan. It's not a leverage loan. That's not debt.
It was something like we had like £850 million debt on the stadium.
Yeah, but that's an asset. Hold on, that's an asset loan. That's not debt, right? Okay, leverage debt is debt. Credit card debt. Hold on. No.
Debt is debt. Debt is debt.
No.
You've got Will. If you've got a mortgage and it's
not debt.
100
you
grand.
can sell the house and you're no longer in debt.
It's not leverage.
It's not debt. It's not debt. When you buy a house for $600,000 and you get that on a 30-year mortgage, that is not debt. It is assets. It's an asset loan, which means that if you need to get that $600,000 back, you sell the house and boom, you're no longer in debt.
It might be sustainable debt because you're earning the income to pay off that, but you've got to pay that off and the interest on that as well. Spurs paid £41 million in interest payments last year. Just think about it for a moment. £41 million, right? And disclosed, because the accounts went up to June, right? And disclosed.
That's less than 10% of the revenue.
Well, yeah, but it's still a physical fact, isn't it? You've still got to pay that money.
Yeah, so it's less than 10% of your revenue.
Will, listen, I'm on the support of the Levy outers. Don't get me wrong here, but I'm also realistic, right?
Right, but your argument financially isn't realistic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Your argument based on finance isn't based off of the actuality of what a finance is. Right. The stadium is not a debt. When you pay for something that's an asset that you can sell, it's not a debt. Debt are things.
I agree with you that it's sustainable on all the revenue income streams that come into the club, but the same thing, it's still a burden around our neck because it restricts us. We are the most.
But it's not a burden though.
Spurs are the most. Well, listen. If you don't want to believe it, it doesn't matter. But I mean, Spurs are the most heavily indebted football club on this planet. There was no one more indebted. They're not. Even Barcelona, who won a European Super League.
Look,
even Real Madrid and.
Look, hold up. Chelsea Football Club actually owed a debt. There was no asset attached to the £800 million that Abramovich loaned the club. That is an actual debt that he then just cleared off his own books, right? As a loss.
No.
Yes.
With Abramovich, the situation with Abramovich was different, right?
It's not different.
Lent money. Listen,
that's a debt.
No. If he could have got away with it, it would have been different, right? His money loaned to that club wasn't loaned on the fact that it would never, ever be paid back, right? Before the British government give him the elbow, right? That money was loaned to that club.
As a debt.
Whatever his dodgy feelings were. Right, hold on. No.
Yes, it was a soft loan. I'm sorry, you're wrong on this. It was a debt.
Okay, well, if I'm wrong, and you prove me wrong, I'd hold my hands up and say, sorry, Will, I'm wrong, right? That is not an issue with me, right? My issue with the Chelsea debt is the fact that money was loaned to that club. Why? It was loaned. It was loaned as like, was it loaned as a secured debt or an unsecured debt? Now, there are two differences, right? When you've got a debt, if it's a secured debt, it's against the assets and the value of the assets have got what you've loaned that money against. If it's an unsecured debt, it doesn't matter. The club don't go skin, right? So Abramovich had that money. He didn't give it to them for nothing. Do you think anyone goes and gives away like £1 billion, £2 billion of money for
he
nothing?
wrote it off.
What? Out of his good art, Abramovich turns out
$1.5 billion at the club.
Hold on. Will. Just realise this. Turns up out of this day and goes, right, hang on that. I like football. Who's around? Okay. I'll buy Chelsea. Okay. I'll put $2 billion. I'll put loads of money in this club, and I don't give a shit if I lose it. Really? Is that really going to happen?
That's really what happened.
I don't.
It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Hold on. Let me read it. Hold on. Abramovich on 26 February 2022 said that he would hand over the stewardship of Chelsea to the trustees of Chelsea Foundation. The trustee did not immediately agree to the illegal concerns regarding the rules of the Charity Commission for England and Wales. A week later, Abramovich wrote off the $1.5 billion that the club owned, or pounds rather, not dollars, that the club owed him, and put the club up for sale pending to donate the net proceeds to the victims of the war in Ukraine.
And why?
So they wouldn't have to pay it back.
Let me tell you why, right? And let me tell you why. A little about Abramovich and his dodgy dealings. Now he's still companies provided still for fucking Russian tanks that are fighting Ukraine now. And let me tell you just why, right? Yeah. Abramovich, nothing. Listen, Abramovich was nothing but a crook. Even when he first come into the UK, right? Don't get me wrong. His money provided hundreds of jobs, thousands of jobs. And like the UK and like the US government, they sit on loads of people that are dodgy characters and they don't move on them, right? While there's sort of some sort of benefit to society and all that in ways of providing jobs, that they leave it. They wait and they sit and if they choose at any particular time to make a move on these dodgy characters, they do. But a lot of the times they leave them alone, no matter what government's in power, whether it's a left-wing or right-wing government, and they leave them alone. When the Ukraine war started, the UK government, who was sitting on Abramovich for a while, and they wouldn't even give him UK citizenship prior to that, which told you a story anyway. If you can read between the lines why he wouldn't get it, and he got Swiss or Jewish citizenship and all, they knew. They had so much on him, but they've got, like the UK government or the USA government have got so much on other people, they leave it until it suits them to make a fucking move, right? And then they moved. Then the UK government moved on Abramovich. They moved on him.
I regret so much.
No,
right?
and they took a lot of fucking money off him, and there was fuck all he could do about it, and he didn't deserve it anyway, right? Because he was an absolute crook, right?
And I don't even understand why you think he was a crook. Like, everything you said is all absolutely not true.
Okay, fair enough, Will. That's fair enough.
Roman Abramovich did what? Was a criminal. Why? Why? Because he's associated with the Russian government, that makes him a criminal?
Well, he was very associated with a matey now in charge of Russia. And why wouldn't the UK government give him citizenship?
So if I'm friends with Donald Trump, that makes me a crook too?
No.
Okay, so then why is it Roman Abramovich a crook?
Well, it's, why he wanted UK citizenship like a lot of Russian oligarchs did after the changeover. Why wouldn't the British government, if he was like all saintly and all this, why wouldn't the British government, and it goes through loads of tiers of government, it goes through all the security services, MI5, MI6, why wouldn't they? You're checking out the person, right?
I'll tell you why.
Why
When you put sanctions, hold on. Let me tell you why. I'll answer your question, right? The reason why you put pressure and you strong arm the businessmen and the oligarchs of the country is because those oligarchs can fund the government that you're trying to put sanctions on. If you lock down the oligarchs too, and they're no longer able to create income, then those oligarchs can't pass money on to the regime. That's how you actually employ sanctions on governments, right? When you have governments that are related to they have a socialistic financial system, Iran, Saudi Arabia, where all of the money runs through the government, right? In that type of a system. The way you lock that down is by hitting the businessmen who are doing business outside the country. Because if you just lock down Russia and Russia needs money, they go get $20 billion or $20 billion from Abramovich. And how you keep Abramovich from giving $20 billion to Putin is by locking down his money too, right? That's how you do it. And that's why they did it. They didn't do it because he was a crook. They did it because if they don't, they can't actually put the clamps on Putin and the Russian government.
Yeah, it's a very logical argument. I've got no dispute in that. I mean, like, when you talk about clamping down without going on to other political situations, it was the same thing. You know, when Gaddafi wanted a deal in oil and not use the American petrodollar, what happened? He's gone, right?
Yeah, because Abramovich is Jewish. I don't know if people know that or not. He's Jewish.
He's gone. They try to get rid of fucking Assad in Syria. He's still there. He survived. Somehow, I don't know how.
Yeah,
but he survived, you know.
But Roman Abramovich is Jewish and builds settlements in Israel with his money, right?
Yeah, but you can go on to like when you had like what we in the West called rogue states. When Cuba didn't play ball, they were
I don't understand what that has to do with
back in the system.
Okay. Hold on. I regret so much right now because I have no idea how we got here, but this was not my intention.
Sorry, Jim.
Like, not even a little bit of my intention was getting here. Okay, can we like go back to like
let's go back.
Let's go back because like I regret so much now getting there because I was like that's not my intention at all. Okay,
I was just gonna ask a question
to bring us back to sensibility. Yeah,
I was just gonna ask a question about this. I mean, when people talk about projects and stuff, do you honestly think our ownership is going to invest in this quote unquote project with Postecoglou? Because in my mind, I'm thinking if we truly are trying to become a team that's competing in the top four, just to compete in the top four, I think we're going to have to back them with at least almost 200 million for the next 3 seasons. If we're truly going to back him, like, I think that's just like the base. I mean, you're talking about owners like, with Man U, how Ten Hag spent 400 million in 1 season. How Todd Bowley completely gutting Chelsea and then putting a new heart in it, pretty much.
900 million.
Arsenal was sticking by Arteta when he was sucking at first. Even now, spending 100 million on Rice, the most they ever spent on a player. They trust this guy in the project that they're on. That's why they did it. Do you honestly think that our ownership will invest in Postecoglou? Or are we going to get a good season of football this season and the next season it's, well, why can't you continue to lose Lo Celso again? Why can't Kulusevski be used again? Son still wants to play. We'll just use him again. We don't really need to buy any center backs because I just bought some.
Let me answer the question. This is the thing where, like I said earlier, I really like Big Ange. I like the boys room. I really like Big Ange, and just his philosophy of football. I really love it. The thing that I feel that my heart will be broken. It won't be this season. It may not be next season. It will be probably season number 3, right? Because this is the history of our team, right? Mm-hmm. You know, Red Knapp getting us to Champions League football, and then not doing the extra to go across the line. Poch getting us to that pinnacle, right? Champions League football, right? challenging for second or third, for first, but not doing extra to go across the line, right? What you see Arsenal, right? Arsenal is put all the eggs like, all right, we were close to Man City. Now we're capitalizing. Let's go. Let's go for the league. If you believe that they're going to win the league this year, I still have City winning it, right? This is the thing I think is the problem. It's not even the money, right? The Spurs. It's not even the money to back Ange. It's putting the systems in place. Football people, right? Because we made bad deals with money, right? Richarlison, 60 mil.
He's not going to do any of that.
Right. 10 right? And the thing is, having to put football people in place is the people that say, Daniel Levy, we should get this guy because this guy is what Edge needs to put us over the top.
He's not going to do it.
And he's not going to do it. And either if the guy costs 40 mil or even 25 mil. When you saw that interview that Simon Jordan was embarrassed when that guy says, Daniel Levy likes to give opinions on football players, I fell out the chair because I'm like, whoa, it's not only money, but Daniel Levy is rating players. You know,
He's not good. He's
so
good.
that's the thing.
Crazy.
That's
That's crazy.
I'm like, has Daniel Levy kicked the football? Has he even scouted the football? And so that's why we end up with deals with Brian Hill, Jed Spence, right? The club signings. Now, every signing that we've had in this window, right? In this window, apparently is an ad signing, right? Apparently, right? We are
Except for the ones that came before he did.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
how
yeah.
can you say that they're ad sightings?
No, I'm just saying.
We didn't even know we were going to sign him until.
Yeah. So we are to believe that now, right? We'll find out 3 years later, right? If it's all right, this person's what he really wanted or what's what. Who knows? But it all comes back to the regime, right? We love the team, right? We love Edge. We like the style of football, but it always comes back to the regime. It goes back to the regime, and it's not only the money to back them, but it's also the football philosophy. Who are the football people in place? I just mentioned Rebecca Capelhorn, who's an accountant in sports, right? But she's in charge of let's not lose money on these people who need to go, right? She's the one saying, "Hey, Daniel Levy, we can't take a loss on Tanguy, but we need to take a loss on Tanguy. We need to take a loss on Eric Dyer. We need to take a loss on some of these players."
Hold on, but Mari, hold on for a second. This is what I'm talking about when I'm saying that these people aren't smart. They're not good businessmen, right? Okay, as a business owner myself, I run a business that has inventory. And if you think of players like inventory, right? I've already paid for that inventory, right? First, okay? How that inventory gets amortized across years, right?
Yes.
If the inventory's not selling, it's costing me money. I have to pay tax on it every year. If it doesn't sell, it's got to go. Even if I sell it for less than what I bought it for, that's more money in my pocket today than there was yesterday because I've already spent the money on that inventory 5 years ago, right? They're still having to pay wages every single day. They still having the cost of having that asset on their books. Players aren't free just to have sit. Okay, so if you're not selling the players that are causing us a loss every single week,
and also,
then you
that's
need to
exactly
sell
what my point was when I was talking about. Hold on.
Let Q
I'm talking. Hold on.
Go on,
So
Q.
that
Sorry,
was exactly my point when I was trying to talk about how Levy is not entirely a good businessman. He makes some aspects of the club good business decisions, but other aspects are bad business decisions. Footballing aside, in regards to us winning trophies, footballing like what we see on the pitch aside, the business decisions that he's making on players is bad business. The business decisions he's making on managers are bad business. How he is selling or buying players, he's losing money on that. And he's continuously losing money on it. And so that's what I mean by he's a bad businessman. That's what my point was. And by the way, follow being counter. No combativeness here. Like it's no hate here. Okay. I was just responding. So that's what my point is. Like you want to see good business. Brighton is doing good business. Okay. Right. Yes, they're making good decisions from a footballing standpoint as far as what they're seeing on the pitch, but they're making good business decisions. They made a shit ton of money off of Casado, right? That was a good business decision. I don't think that we, as an administration, you know, like the club is not backing Ange, because there's no way that I will see us backing him unless we had all of the dead weight out. We are a few days out from the end of the transfer window. And until I see straight up ripping up of contracts, selling players, not loans, selling players that are not going to come back and actually play well for us, then he's not backed. Period.
I mean, you see Arsenal. I mean, from Aubameyang being cut, like
players and values, right? You could look at the Chelsea squad now, the Man United squad now, and a lot of fans would turn and say, "Oh, the Chelsea squad's worth $1 billion or more. The amount of money, or the Man City's worth $1 billion more." No, it isn't. It's worth absolutely nothing, right? And the reason it's worth nothing is because players are just tangible assets on a balance sheet. They're actually worth nothing. It's not what you pay for them, right, that counts. They're not an asset. They're not like a gold bar that holds its value or anything like that. They're just a tangible asset, which means they're worth nothing until you actually sell them, and then they're only worth what you sell them for. It's not a question of what you bought them for. That's got nothing to do with it. Nothing at all.
But what about extensions? Why do we keep extending these players' contracts? Why do we keep them? If they're not even playing on the team, why even keep them? We're signing them. We're giving them bigger contracts to stay.
Right?
It's not like it's less money. I don't think it's less money. It's more money to have them just sit here. We're talking about trying to give Eric Dyer an extension before at some point just to have him sit here. Why? Sell him.
Why?
Get rid of him. Put him out on loan.
Look,
why are you signing him to just sit there on the bench?
I think Spurs, in their position in the league table of the richest and richest clubs that can outweigh us regard buying players, Chelsea, Newcastle, Man City, Man United even, Liverpool on a par of us, right? But we're in a situation where, like, we should be looking at not making the mistakes when we went out and spent 60 million for Richarlison, 60 million for Ndombele, you know, money, 42 million for Sanchez, blah, blah, blah. We should buy within our remit, you know, of buying players, and we can do that. We make less mistakes in future. Let them other clubs go off and spend all this money and give these players 8 million, you know, 8-year contracts and see if they work out. Will Chelsea work out? They hadn't broke no rules. They spent a fortune, but that was part of the deal when the club was bought, that they would invest X amount, like $1 billion in a squad or whatever. That was all part of that, what Todd Bowley's doing, right? But it can turn around and bite him because we're struggling to get rid of Ndombele. What happens with all those players that don't work out? They bought Mudryk, right? From the same team we got.
No, I can tell you why it won't bite them in the ass.
Same team, right? Just an example, right? Solomon kept Mudryk out of that Shakhtar Donetsk side, right? He's cost us nothing, but Mudryk has cost them like what?
Something like 70.
Right, but hold on, this is completely because the difference is that there are others teams, others clubs who move players on faster. They don't have emotional relationships. Wow. Daniel Levy thinks that his players, the players that play for Tottenham Hotspur, are like his friends. They're his collection of bobblehead dolls that he doesn't want to get rid of for less than what he paid for them. The other teams don't care. If a player doesn't make it, they cut him loose. No other team keeps Jack Clark around for 2 contract periods.
To be fair, Man United keep around a lot of bums. Phil Jones.
As Spurs fans, weigh it up, right? Do we really give a shit right? If we're stuck with a lot of these players as fans,
Yeah.
all we're interested in is the 25 that Ange wants to keep. The others, they know with the week and a window to go, right?
Because we can't buy more players because those players are still here.
Like, either they go or they stay. Listen, their contracts have been amortized in when we got them into the club in the first place anyway.
I agree. I'm not talking about the fine. I'm not talking about the cost of them.
Me as a Spurs fan, right? I'm 6 years. I don't care, right? What I don't care about who we get rid of. I want a centre back and I want a striker.
But we can't buy a centre back until we get rid of a centre back.
I don't give a crap about anything else. Who stays and who goes, because I know when it comes to that 25, you lot that you're not wanted. And listen, they know those that weren't. Listen, you've got 11 players that step on the field in the games in the last 2 games, right? You got 9 on the bench. You got 5 didn't make the bench. Now, they're either youngsters or players that are not in Angie's plans. They've received that message, especially if they're part of the old guard, right? Dyer, etc., and all that, right? So they know, okay, you've got a choice. Your wages is worked out in our contract over the years. It was when we first got you into the club in the first place. If you go or you don't go, to me, I don't give a shit. You ain't playing, right? So
but we play them. That's the problem.
Or you rot in the reserves, and I don't give a shit. Or you don't even get in reserves, and you don't even get that. And the reason you don't get that is because you don't deserve that, because you was shit.
But that's fine if we do that. Look, I got no problem with those players. We got like 39 different people. We can only pick 25. A lot of those are under 21, so they don't count. But let's say out of the 32 or something, we need to cut down to 25 that are actually over the age of 23. I don't care if we send them to play with the U23s and they never see a ball.
By the way, great show, great debate.
That's fine. I don't mind that at all. That's fine. The problem is we don't do that. Yeah. We keep them around. They play and they cost us points. Right? That's the problem.
That's why that has to change.
But that won't change as long as the guy who's making those decisions changes.
Yes. I remember, I forget who it was, one of the guys over there. I'm not a big fan of American football, though I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. So just about
I don't watch NFL either, except for postseason.
But someone was saying about, I forget what he was saying about, the New England Patriots or something, or it was either them or the San Francisco 49ers, and said the owners there each year what they did, keep things fresh every year, no matter how well they did. They got rid of a couple of players, got a couple of players.
That's definitely Patriots.
The Patriots. The Patriots. The Patriot way.
I remember reading this article and I thought, yeah. And that's what Liverpool did back in the day, and Leeds did back in the day in the 70s.
What Chelsea does, what City does, it's what.
Yeah. And I thought
all these clubs operate this way except for Spurs.
About Mahrez leaving and the other guy
Gundogan
were leaving, but that's what big clubs do. They say bye-bye. Real Madrid does it. They say bye-bye to Ronaldo. They say bye-bye. They say go. And they want more Champions League after Ronaldo. That's what big clubs do. Smart clubs do. They know when to sell when it's high. Our club has been notoriously horrible. We don't know when to sell when it's high. Dele Alli, perfect example. When his stock was going down, it should have been a time like
hell, even Dyer. Manchester United wanted him for £60 million, and we said no. We're kicked. What the fuck is that?
We got too sentimental, and we didn't sell Dyer and Dele Alli at the time they needed to go. It's the same people taking them.
That's what I'm talking about.
We do. That Tenga was not going to work out, right?
We never freshened up. Undershot. He went five. They all slated him, right? And the players got into 500.
You got Adrian. You got to let Mari finish his point before you go on something a different side road.
Yeah. Tanguy, Lo Celso. I give you a long list of players where it was just kind of like, oh, okay, it's not going to work. Sell them. Chelsea does that well. City does that well. Like, even on their high, they're like, okay, we need to get rid of these players now because they start to depreciate. Let's get the money. That's what Cube was talking about. If Levy was such a smart football man, he would know, oh, boy, this player is depreciating. Let me get him out. Or, this player is just not working with our club. Get rid of him. Sell him. We'll take the loss, or we'll take the profits that we can get and go. And so that's what you mentioned. The Patriots, they do that very well. And that's how they're able to sustain success. That's where, as a club, where we have to grow up in the sense of know when to get rid of players, know when to sell them where they're at their highest appreciation and go and not be sentimental. Now, you have the exceptions to the rule, like Tom Brady, he stayed longer, right? The exception would have been Harry Kane.
Yeah,
right?
Kane, Son,
and Kane.
Larice,
exception to the rule.
Those are fine.
Right? Yeah, because you
want to keep your best ones for the long time, and you get rid of the middle ones. Like the second Ndombele said he wanted to go back to France. The second Jose said he wouldn't fit, rather than try to talk him into it. Daniel Levy, by the way, if you watch the Amazon documentary, rather than trying to talk Ndombele to coming back the next season, he should have just said, all right, cool, boom, let's go. We can't sell you for 60, but we might be able to get 50. Now we can't even get 10.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right?
Well, yeah. Listen, I agree. Look, we went to a stage where what happened was, and we're paying the tax as the fans through ticket prices, food, beer, and all that. We're paying a tax through fans. He threw all his eggs into one basket, get the stadium up and running. Poch was there. A lot of fans castigated Poch, which I would never do. I mean, 518 days it was without a signing. 518 days. And that guy proposed, he raised our expectations. He got us from thinking, we're a Europa League team to a Champions League team. We finished second, third, and third under Poch, before it was, 6th, 7th, 4th, and 8th, right? And
4, 2, 3, 4.
518 days without a signing. I mean, just think about that. Yeah. What other clubs ever done that?
It's a record still to this day.
Yeah. I mean, it's an absolute fucking disgrace, right?
We have all the records.
Shit on what was. We've had good managers, not great managers throughout history. We've had some very good ones and some crap ones, right? But he was a good manager. I hope he does well at Chelsea. Not because I don't like Chelsea. I fucking hate them. I don't hate them as much as Arsenal, but I hate them anyway, right? We hate Arsenal because Arsenal are Arsenal. We hate Chelsea because we're human. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But this is the problem. This is the thing that annoys me the most about the fan base, because there's a lot of YouTube channels, and I don't really blame the fan base. I blame the YouTubers or the influencers. People laugh at me and joke at me or make fun of me because on my Twitter profile it says influencer. It's what I am. I'm a part of a channel that has 5,000 subscribers, right? We influence people with our opinions. There's people in the chat that like me. They watch all of my shows. They follow my opinion blindly. I wish that they wouldn't, but some people do. But there's a lot of out there influencers far bigger than us who absolutely talk waffle about the particulars of these things. And that is very dangerous, because then the fan base starts to believe things that aren't true. And those things, they try to rationalize why the club is doing certain things. Like you got your Chris, what's his name? I can't remember his last name. Chris Cowens. And you got your Last Word on Spurs. And they're coming out and saying that, if Harry Kane stays, we get £100 million. We don't. And then when they go out and propagate that to hundreds of thousands of people or tens of thousands of people, now you've got tens of thousands of people that believe we shouldn't have stole Harry Kane because we would have gotten £100 million anyway. That's the problem, is that people are too lazy to actually go and educate themselves on the facts of the matter. And because of that, our fan base then argues with itself, because one person who actually took the time, who may be small.
Well, I think you've all mentioned part of the problem. I know Chris Cowlin well. I know Ricky Sachs from Last Word and Spurs well. I know members of those particular groups. Does Crackers support the protest movement or not? Yes, he does. If you ask them individually, yes, he does. When I asked Chris Cowlin about is he happy with things at the club and all that, no, he isn't. Right? These people don't stand on the picket line, but they also, when you talk to them, because they're not there, maybe they can't make it, or for whatever reason, I'm not making excuses for them, right?
Right.
I don't care if they go to the protest. That's not what I'm talking about, though.
But Will, they are not. They are not. See, this is it. When you
They propagate misinformation.
I support the protest because I want to see a legacy for Spurs fans in the future. I want fans to be able to go to that club in the future, be able to watch their team in the future and all that. And I fear that like it'll all be taken away from them. Maybe what you've been saying about American football and the games and all that, maybe that's been taken away from real fans as well. The point is then in sport in general, what do people, if they get involved in sports, maybe they won't in the future. If it precludes them or excludes them,
They just get involved on TV. That's how they get involved.
Bother to take up sports or be involved in it. You know what I mean?
Everybody takes up sports. In fact, we have more kids playing sport today than we did 20 years ago. It's not a matter of people taking it up. It's a matter of where they're taking it up. Instead of taking it up on the seat in the stadium on a weekend, they're taking it up in their living room on their couch, right? Yeah. That's where they're taking the seat up as far as supporting their club is concerned, right? It's the same way that we support the clubs from all the way over here on, we support Tottenham from all the way over here in the United States, right? I mean, like you gotta wake up at, if you're going, unless you're driving up to Bournemouth, you don't have to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch Spurs tomorrow morning. I do, right? Like there's, and you got people on the West Coast. Cube's got to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning if she wants to watch tomorrow's game.
I get the same when Dorset Spurs travel 4 hours to come up to watch a game at the stadium. I know quite a few Spurs groups because I run a page myself, right, for 12,000 fans, like. But I mean, like, and I just think it's amazing. I think it's fantastic they come and make the effort. My fear is that
apparently Tony Go wakes up at kickoff. He doesn't wake up before kickoff. He wakes up at kickoff.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Last minute FC. Last minute FC.
But no, I hear what you're saying. It's a big deal. But what I'm the thing that bothers me though about the other channels.
How do you guys get? Listen, tell me. How do you guys get involved in Spurs? Just tell me, all of you now. I'm fascinated to know. Will, how did you
got involved in the game as itself or as a whole. My first love is the U.S. men's national team. Started following them hardcore in about 2006 World Cup. I mean, obviously before that, but the 2006 World Cup was the first World Cup that I followed hardcore. Watched every single match. Then my stepdad, born in Kent, was a Spurs fan. But I started watching Spurs kind of organically on my own when Clint Dempsey went to Tottenham in 2012-2013 season.
I was gonna say,
and
Fulham,
and so but I was like a casual fan at that point, like just kind of like most Spurs fans, where I'd watch a game here and then when I could. I was living in Korea at the time, but I wasn't involved in any of the politics or the day-to-day or anything. It was just, hey, the game's on, let's watch it, and it's over, it's done, right? Then in 2017, my son started playing football at a pretty high level. And so I figured I needed to know more than him about it if I'm going to help him out on his journey. So I got deeper into it. Then I started doing YouTube in 2018, 2019.
Wow.
And then with, We Are Tottenham TV and those guys on their calling shows and stuff like that during the pandemic. And the deeper that I got into this YouTube game, now I'm like, look, like go watch my, go back and watch old We Are Tottenham TV fan cams during the pandemic. I don't think I mentioned stats once, right? Like
and you guys, you other guys, how did you get involved in Spurs? I'm fascinated to know this.
For me, I grew up. My dad played in the Caribbean, played football, and he got me because people was like, "Wow, why this love affair with Argentina?" Quickly, Argentina and Brazil. Some South American countries do a lot of humanitarian work in the country of Haiti. And so my dad in the 70s learned how to play football from an Argentinian. And so that's why as a kid, I sat on my dad's knee watching Diego Maradona. And then later on by Stuta. I grew up in New York City. We had PBS, which would put the game of the week, Premier League game of the week. So they'll put the FA Cup final. They'll put usually the popular teams at that time, Liverpool, United, whatsoever. They will have the Serie A game of the week on this other channel because I grew up in Brooklyn. So I saw a lot of the Milan teams. So I appreciate the teams and the players, but I didn't have a favorite team growing up in the 90s because I saw all this. ESPN just signed a deal with the new Champions League and the new Premier League. So they also had a game of the week. And so it was not until when my best friend in the whole wide world, he's a Gooner, but he became a Gooner because he loved Thierry Henry. And me and him, we are rivals. I'm a Giants fan. He's a Patriots. I went to University of Florida. He went to Florida State. I'm a Knicks fan. He's a Bulls fan. So
Giants didn't really do anything. It's not like the Patriots had to worry about the Giants. I wouldn't really call that a rivalry. You guys are like a flea on their big toe.
I was about to say.
Yeah, because we both beat the Patriots. We hate more the Cowboys than the Eagles. But yeah, so in the 90s, when he was rooting for Thierry Henry in the Arsenal, I had favorite players like Van Nistelrooy. I really like Michael Owen. So there were certain players that I watched. And then finally I said, you know what? I need a Premier League team. I said, I need a Premier League team. And my best friend Jonas, who has come on the stream one time in my own channel, support Arsenal. And I said, well, their biggest supports, because at that time I was like, maybe United, but that'll be too easy. I said Spurs are up and coming team. They're not that bad. You know, they're middle of the road. I think they're about to jump to the to good things, right? Right? They're about to explode. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna be a Tottenham fan. You know, I just saw them win the Carabao Cup. I'm gonna support Tottenhm. And then I fell in love with the team because I like players from the islands. Jermaine Defoe is one of my favorite players all time on Spurs. I'm a big Jermaine Defoe fan. My island people. And then Gareth Bale, Berbatov. I mean, that team. I mean, you know, it just the love grew. Harry Redknapp, who's still my favorite coach. I know people love Poch. I love Poch. I like Harry Redknapp a little more, and you know, and ever since then I've been 2018 now, 15 years, one cup, one trophy, and just a whole lot of misery.
What about you other guys? What about you other guys below me here now? Come on, speak up.
Well, I really became a Spurs fan. I'd probably say around like 2015. I started watching the Premier League right around 2013-14 when they got on with NBC, or when NBC signed got their rights. So that's when I really started watching it, because that was like the highest level of like soccer or English football that I could watch at the time. So I was casually a Premier League fan first, but then once I started watching Spurs, I don't know, I just fell in love with White Hart Lane and how intimate it seemed and how the fans like backed the players in every game, and the Spurs were the underdogs. And then really from there, that's when I started getting into, you know, like, oh, let me, you know, find my favorite player. You know, I started on all the FIFA games I had. You started using Tottenham all the time and stuff. And then, of course, I started telling my friends about it. I played soccer in middle school and stuff. So when they were talking about the Premier League at the time, I had no idea. I didn't know I had so many Arsenal fans as friends, but I had no idea. But they were talking about it in front of me. I was like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I only watched like NBA and NFL at the time. So, but yeah, once I actually started getting into it, I remember talking with them. I was like, I'm a Spurs fan. I'm a fan of the Spurs team. They're like, what? Unbelievable. How could you? I was like, no, dude. I love the team. I really fell in love with obviously years with Luka Modric and Gareth Bale. I saw I have to like watch highlights now, to be honest, but I wish I was like paying attention to it. I only just kind of peripherally watched Spurs at that time when those players were there. But looking back on it now, I was like, man, they had some great players on the team. And really, once we did that Champions League run, that's when I really got into Spurs. And then, yeah, just afterwards, you can just tell it's kind of been despair. But that's why I'm kind of like, with me, my whole thing with Spurs is like, why can't we go back to the Champions League final? Why can't we invest like that? Why can't we do what other teams are doing to get to the heights that we are? We have the money, we have every means to do it, but we just don't. So that's always
we weren't investing getting into that Champions League final either. To be fair, we fucking let down.
But that's what made that run so awesome. Was just Son, Kane.
Q, answer the question. How do you? Sorry to interrupt our great fan here, because you American guys, you, I think you're absolutely brilliant to even support our team anyway, right? From so far away. Q, how did you become a Spurs supporter?
So I'm a pretty new fan, which people like to drag me for whatever reason. So I actually became a fan because I'm super geeky, as everyone can tell. Huge Batman, Marvel, etc. fan. So I'm really diehard about that. So I saw Tom Holland mentioned that he was like a Tottenham Hotspur fan. And then I was like, what? That's a weird name for a club. Admittedly, I was like, that's a strange name. And so I was like looking into it, and then I saw him do that interview with Sonny. And I was like, what? There's this, Asian player who's like a top player. I haven't seen that, And so I was like intrigued. And so I started to learn more about Tottenham and him and everything. And I realized, so I kind of got into it like right when we were kind of coming out of the mud, like Nuno to Conte time frame. But like my thing is that obviously everybody knows I love Sonny. Yes, he brought me in. Yes, apparently I'm part of the problem, you xenophobic, racist motherfuckers. So so he brought me into it, but I really fell in love with Tottenham because I found out about the Tottenham like history, and like that everybody kind of drags Tottenham a little bit. I feel like everybody kind of bullies us a little bit, and I am all about an underdog story. I root for underdogs. I was rooting for Luton against Chelsea, also because of Chelsea scum. But I'm rooting for Wrexham. Like I love an underdog Cinderella success story, and so I got into Tottenham because of that. And I was kind of on my own here. I didn't have anybody else that was into English football. I was watching the Premier League all by myself, and I didn't have anybody to talk to about it. I tried to, I started getting more into the games, and I tried to like go onto like a message board. So Will knows this story. I tried to go on to join a Spurs community message board. So I just had other fans to talk to about it. That's how badly I want to find fans to talk to about Spurs. I ended up getting banned from that message board community because I said that I got banned from it because I said that Jed Spence seemed like a Levy signing. And guess what? I was right. So they banned me, and then I found the Spurs YouTube community. So, and for the most part, most people have welcomed me.
Sorry.
It's a guy in the yellow shirt below. Don't know your name.
Steve, how did you become a Tottenham fan?
Yeah, tell us your Tottenham. Tell us your Tottenham Hotspur.
Tell us how you became a Tottenham fan, Steve.
Yeah,
well, obviously,
a Brazil shirt. Come on.
Yeah, Brazil. R9.
Charleston.
Yep. Yeah, this is a Richarlison shirt. Yeah. Crazy, man. No, I became I became a Newcastle United fan. 6 seasons ago now.
United?
Yeah, he's a Newcastle fan.
He's a Newcastle.
He's not a Spurs fan. He's a Newcastle fan. Hence the Saudi flag.
I've got 65 Newcastle shirts in my closet. 65.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you know what? My parents originate from up that part of England, northeast of England. Actually.
I feel like everyone knows someone from there. I swear, like
I don't know anybody from Newcastle. Although that's
no,
not
I'm
true.
talking. I meant people.
Okay,
whenever I
that's
talk
fine.
to
How
someone.
did you become a fan of the English Premier League? How did that happen for you?
So 2014 World Cup. I was just watching TV in the summer, and I was like, "What's on?" I don't really want to watch baseball. I was just like, "What's on?" And then I turned on ESPN. I think it was Brazil Croatia. So I watched that, and I was like, "This is interesting." And I think the very next match was USA Ghana.
Don't bring up that game.
Huh?
Don't bring up that game.
No, 2014, not 2010.
Oh.
2014 was good. 2014
Will
was
is
good
like, I
because
don't want memories.
Traumatized.
John fucking Brooks, man. John Brooks. We scored very early in the game, and that right there was like, I love this fucking sport with my life. After that, I was like, bro, this is fucking amazing. I love it. So yeah, then after that, I watched some Premier League. I was a neutral for about like 4 years, just watching along. Started watching
Newcastle because they were the worst.
No, so I picked Newcastle because
He liked the beer.
I didn't have a choice. Because my mom, I used to work at my local YMCA, and my mom worked at a bakery, and basically this kid would come in. Basically, I used to work with kids. And so she knew the guy and she knew the kids. Long story, family friend, right? So they eventually were like, "Oh, what Premier League team do you like?" Because he's from Newcastle and his son is also, So, long story short, he bought me a shirt and was like, "All right, then you're a Newcastle fan then, since you don't have a team." And I'm like, "All right." And then after the first like 4 years, I was like, "What the fuck this guy do to me?" Like I barely know this guy, and we're fighting relegation every year, losing to fucking shit teams like Cardiff and Huddersfield.
It must have been worse. I could be a Spurs fan.
I mean, is it worse?
At the time, we were good though. We were finishing second and third and all kinds of stuff.
Yours is
when Steve got
heartbreak.
into it.
Yours is heartbreak. Mine is just straight up loss,
Yeah.
embarrassing draws, Mike Ashley bullshit. So, but yeah, no.
Not now. You got good
look 'em
chance
up.
of success now.
Yeah. Hey, I stuck with it. I did. And
Waited
then I
for the
obviously,
Saudis to buy you out, and now you're flying.
I don't give a fuck yeah.
I don't have a
We
problem.
want some
I am
of
not.
that.
I don't either.
I am not a person. I am not a person who is all on a moral high horse about where
me
money
either.
comes from. So
Me either, because it's all dirty, bro.
All a Spurs fan over here on this stream, we're all twerking for that Newcastle money right now. We're like, come over here, please.
No, but genuinely, but on a fucking real note, like that shit, bro. It just changes. It changed my life when they got taken over. It changed my fucking life.
I just think it's brilliant as a Brit, as an Englishman. I just think it's brilliant that you guys support Premier League teams. I don't know how it works out. I mean, like, is it? I don't know. You have to inform me. I'm uneducated here. I mean, like, as we know, there's been a few attempts in the past to really promote soccer. You call it soccer in America.
Yeah.
David Beckham's out there now and all that, and they're trying to lure other players out there now. Whatever.
Yeah.
Do you think soccer will really take off? Because basically it's a cheap sport. You don't need like shoulder pads and all this shit for American football.
It's not cheap. It's not cheap in the US.
That's the problem.
Yeah. In the US, it's not.
Oh boy,
Adrian, it cost me $3,000 a year in just club dues for my son to play.
It's different. It's a different kind. Well, it's a different kind of sport in the U.S. versus around the world.
Pay to play.
So around the world, you have kids playing, in the dirt, like with no shoes, sometimes. But in the U.S., it's all like about, hey, there's, you got to have a pitch and it has to be big. And then you have all the gear and the cleats and everything. And then you got to get the team together. So I would consider it to be like an extremely middle class, a very middle class sport in the US.
But the fan base, like I have one of my best mates.
Football, you need a pair of trainers. You don't need nothing. Right?
Yeah, but the problem is here in the public parks that we have here, the all of the clubs have contracts with a lot of these parks that have pitches.
Yeah.
And so they literally will padlock them shut.
Yeah.
Average people can't play on the public parks pitch
Hard to play.
unless they're a member of the football club playing for them during practice hours.
Yeah, you can play in a random field.
Where I'm at in Orlando, Florida, it drives, especially because we have people who immigrated from Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, like
Peru.
And they want to play a pickup game, and they either have to pay to someone to use the field to be able to play a pickup game. I will say this because one of my best mates who lives in Manchester, he's a United fan. He comes every other year to the United States, and so I've taken him to a couple of Orlando City games, and he's been amazed because I try to tell people the way the sport is growing, it's becoming community-wise, right? People go to the pubs before the game, and then they go to the game, and then after the game. The Orlando City games here are like, they're wild. You go to Seattle, you go to Kansas City, they're
Atlanta.
wild. Yeah, Atlanta. They're wild. It's like nauseous.
Portland.
So
Portland's
it's
another one.
It's growing. So that's why I get so angered by xenophobic quotes, because first of all, America's a melting pot.
Yeah.
Where I'm in Orlando, we have a huge UK population. So they go to the Orlando City games. They're the pubs. We have a Tottenham support club here in Orlando. Like there's an Arsenal, Chelsea, United. So fans all going to the games, and the tickets are still cheaper than NFL and other ones.
Oh,
so,
NFL, it's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah,
Fuck.
so you have people going, and so it continued to progress. What I like, what the Major League Soccer is doing now, in comparison to what Saudi Arabia has done, minus Gabby Vega signing over there. Teams like Atlanta and Miami, some clubs, they're signing actually South American talent now so they can sell off like an Almiron, and now Thiago Almada is being looked at.
It's interesting that you mentioned Saudi Arabia, because people over there, Saudi Arabia, trillions of dollars, it's going to be a big threat to the Premier League. Will it fuck? It will never be.
I'm not sure, man.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'm already seeing watch-alongs on YouTube for the Saudi League. A lot of big streamers are already doing watch-alongs for the Saudi League.
I'm going to be controversial, and I'm going to be honest. Yeah. It's really relatable. It's relatability. It's you're not going to get someone in Italy to say, I'm not going to watch Syria. I'm going to watch
the Saudi Pro League.
I can't even pronounce the name.
It's not even that, but there's nobody even streams it.
Yeah,
you can't even watch a game here in the US on a
it's
major
on Fox.
broadcast.
It's on Fox Soccer. Fox Soccer Plus.
People are not going. They're not
right,
going
but it's not on it's not on TV, Fox. You have to have a subscription, and you have to subscribe to. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not. And in your average guy, look, people don't even watch League here. Okay.
Except me. It's my favorite. It's my favorite league.
It's like Steve Strasburg and maybe a couple of French guys that are expats in the U.S. That's who watches League right? Like nobody watches League on a regular basis here.
It's just like, just weigh this up, right? When the first signings went to Saudi Arabian League, right? I thought I'll go and have a little nose at this because I have to keep up to speed because of my group and all that. And I looked at it. And just to give you a little grounding on it, it was a 16-league team that's been increased to 18 leagues, right? They're not all air-conditioned, which we'd like to think they were if they were going to make a success or whatever, you know. And I started looking, and the top team was supported by about 40,000 fans max. Then I'm looking at like their league program, which is from August to May, right? Now, out in Saudi from August to May, the temperatures can be, don't laugh, that air conditioning, from 30 degrees, which is 86 Fahrenheit, upwards to 40 degrees. That's without the degree temperatures they're saying have happened in Europe this year, which have been a bit so extreme. They've been very extreme, right? So I'm thinking, hang about. It's all right if you hold a World Cup in like Qatar for 2 to 3 weeks, 3 weeks to 4 weeks max.
A month, yeah.
Now you're asking players to play for 9 months in a season in 30 degrees plus temperatures, right?
That's what Harry are all the time.
You're not going to get Guggen press, are you? You're not going to get a high press game of football at 90 plus degrees temperature for 9 months. 9 months. What is it going to do to your players? Now, I get where the Saudis are coming from with their sports washing program to make things that everything in sports in Saudi Arabia is squeaky clean when they're human rights and all this shit and the way they treat women, etc. It's like disgusting, in my opinion, but my opinion only, right? That like you're going to make things squeaky clean. They're always keen to get boxing out there and things like and quick, snappy sports. But football isn't a quick, snappy sport. It's over 9 months. It is never going to take over the excitement of the Premier League. Won't happen. I don't care. They'll nick mercenary players that think, okay, I'm only in the game for the money, right? And that will happen. But
you can't buy history.
Once one door closes, another door opens for that person below. And I remember when like English footballers were going across to Spain and Italy when they were the big leagues before the Premier League. When Dutch footballers went across to all that, like, no, it didn't kill the Dutch league or the Italian league or the Spanish league or the Premier League. If your top scorer leaves your league in the Premier League, you're always going to have someone next year who's going to be your top scorer. I don't think they're a threat. I just think that like the Saudis basically they want to get their hands into European football if they can, part of their sports washing program across the board.
They're not even in UEFA. They can't join.
They would have to switch. The Saudi Arabian national team would have to go through.
They're trying to have one of their clubs to do the Champions League, which if that happens, then the Florentino press is laughing.
They'd have to get permission from UEFA to join UEFA, and UEFA's not going to.
It won't be a one-club thing. They would have to move the Saudi Arabian national team. They would have to join UEFA qualifiers for the World Cup.
I know.
They ain't getting out of that.
No. And I saw the blurb. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I saw the blurb of now the Saudi some of the Saudi teams.
No, it's all scare tactics, man. The Saudi Arabia League is going to be nothing. What big name player went to Saudi Arabia? Name one big player in their prime that went there.
No, I want to do a video on it because
it's not in his prime.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is.
It's like 28. Neymar's been wasted for a while. He's not a big time player. He's not a world class player. Name one world class player that went to Saudi Arabia.
Neymar can come to.
That's not the issue.
No,
that's not the issue.
Milinkovic-Savic.
It's two things, right?
Neves is a world class. He's playing at Wolves, dude.
Neves isn't.
Saudi League,
and you'll get players who haven't. You get players in the twilight of their career that go to Saudi Arabia, and they'll earn a fortune.
Yeah, same thing with Chinese Super League when it started.
It's so different. It's so different.
I can't hear what you guys are saying. One at a time. I'm on the stream and I can't hear.
Here's the 2 important things that Saudi Arabia has a problem. Number one, right?
Everybody can hear me because my mic's good.
Unlike the MLS has actually had players been produced and sold to the Big 5 leagues, whereas Saudi Arabia, they have not. You can't name one Saudi Arabian product that has been produced that has gone to the Big 5, let alone the Big 7 leagues in the world. That's good. That's going to be a big problem. That's going to be.
But they can work on that.
And the second thing is their league is top heavy. Right, MLS, right? Because I argue with Ronaldo fans. Oh, the Saudi League is better than MLS. No, if you look at the stats right now, MLS is still ranked higher because MLS from 1 to 30 is a solid league for bottom to top. The Saudi League is top 5. It's only 5 teams by all the players. They have 18 teams. The other 13 teams are not that good. They're not that good. It's the top 5 teams, right, which are only good for their first 11. They don't have a bench. That's what they will get pumped.
Even those teams aren't good.
Yeah, they will get pumped by mid-level La Liga teams and Benfica.
MLS teams would be the same scenario.
I was about to just say that, like with the MLS.
What are we talking about?
It's still
No. MLS. Hold on. Everybody,
MLS is getting better.
Stop for a second. The MLS is no longer a buying Twilight League. It's not. It hasn't been for at least 3 to 4 years, right? The number of special players that we purchase has dropped significantly from the 90s and early 2000s, right? We don't do that anymore. In fact, now we are a selling league, right? More players from MLS have gone to Europe and signed for big league clubs than have come out of any other than Mexico, than Argentina, than Brazil.
Thiago Almada is going to be sold. Even Newcastle's looking at him, but he's going to go to, I forgot, I just saw it. Thiago Almada is going to he went to Atlanta FC straight from Argentina. The Atlanta FC signed another Argentinian and an Ecuadorian. They're signing these players for young 19-year-olds.
How is your league? The fans
produce American league.
I'd like to know.
Adrian, let me talk. They're producing. The method that MLS is going is much better than the Saudi. Is going more of the Super League, the Chinese Super League, and that they buy all these over the hill players, with the exception of Gabby Vega and Brankovic, right? But it's not sustainable, right? It can only last for 5 years, and MLS is still ranked. The MLS is still ranked. I can give you the stats. Right now, MLS is still currently ranked according to
right.
They still rank according to.
They're not even the Saudi League, not even the top 30.
Because from top to bottom, the MLS teams are more healthier than the Saudi League because it's top heavy. I'll email it to you, and you can read the.
I can put it up on screen right now. The Saudi Arabian League is not even in the top 30.
Yeah, they're a work in progress. That's why
they're not even as good as League 2.
Huh?
The Saudi Arabian League is not even as good as League 2.
Opta Analysts. This is one of the best sites. Opta Analysts. They broke down. If you can see it, they broke down where the Saudi League's ranking, and they're in the 30s, where MLS is like 29th, right? And they break it down.
MLS is 16th. The Opta Analyst is basing it off of player statistics. It's not basing it off of actually what teams they've played in or beaten, right? Because Saudi Arabian teams haven't played or beaten any team worth their shit. So you can't. When Saudi Arabia goes out, a Saudi Arabian team goes out and wins like the FIFA Club World Cup or something like that, then you can say that maybe that they're a decent team in the World League. But when you're talking about playing when you do club rankings or team rankings, you can't go based off of the players. You have to go based off of their SPI, right? Points per match. Just the same way they do it with countries, FIFA rankings, and all those things. The best place to go for that type of stuff is globalfootballrankings.com, and they break it out in the exact same system, and it changes every single day. Every time a game is played, the league's rankings shift.
Will and you guys, because I'm interested as a Brit, right? I'm interested, right? How is soccer? I've tried it a few times in the past, America, right? With soccer, right? You call it soccer, and like David Beckham and Miami, how's it taken off this time? Do you think it's really going to gather legs? And
it's already had legs. It's had legs for a while. The MLS is now the third largest.
And as you only need a pair of shorts and a pair of trainers, basically, and a t-shirt,
we have the Club World Cup.
It's a cheap sport. It's a cheap sport to start. How's it going out there? Has it taken off better than it has before?
Yeah, it's the second most watched.
America coming to the United States, followed by the Club World Cup, the new Club World Cup. People are forgetting this is going to be a big tournament. The year after, then the World Cup. 3 major tournaments, back to back global tournaments that's going to be hosted in the United States because
maybe that's the future. I just want to answer his question about the president and the press because I don't think a lot of people overseas realize how popular football or soccer is in the United States, right? So We have 38 million children playing soccer in the United States. That's over half the population of the UK. It's the second largest watched sport. Now the MLS is not the second most watched league, but from sport wise, it's NFL, football, soccer. Then you have basketball. It surpassed basketball as the second most watched sport in the United States in February of this year.
That's gone down.
And the population, so that's why you have over, I want to say, I'm trying to think off the top of my head now, about 600 elite level, so club, like Premier League or League One, Championship League, Academy type clubs playing, with about 6,000 to 8,000 elite level players playing at that per club. So that's about what 600 times 8,000, however much that is. Then you have so you have leagues like the ECNL, MLS Next. That's why our academies, for example, FC Dallas has produced more Champions League players than Tottenham Hotspur has over the past 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, I think that people don't realize exactly, even if American football is like the number one sport in the US or whatever, right? Like, in general, Americans, we love our sports.
Yeah.
And we got a pretty big population. So as far as like numbers are concerned, even if I do think that soccer will, surpass in a lot of other sports. It already has, it's on its way, right? But even if you put that aside, as far as numbers are concerned, I mean, huge numbers, simply because Americans love our sports and because we have a huge population. A lot of Americans tune in. Like, even
there's
before
more
I
youth
became
kids playing soccer today than there are football.
Before I became a fan of the Premier League and followed the Premier League, I still watched the World Cup every time it came around. I was still following the World Cup. I went to a couple of LA Galaxy games. I saw David Beckham play, despite the fact of not even really being like a soccer fan previous to me, like being a Tottenham Hotspur Premier League fan.
There's only 5.2 million kids playing tackle football in the United States as of 2021.
Bro, that sport is done as soon as someone dies on the field.
Yeah, all the head
sorry.
injury, all that head injury stuff. It's just parents aren't going to do that with their kids.
Yeah, DeMar Hamlin. Yeah,
he was actually dead. He was actually dead for a couple of minutes, and then
they had to revive. Yeah, and guess what, Mari? Unfortunately, just probability-wise, there will be an NFL player that isn't that lucky. That's going to die on the effing field.
There's 5 million.
Then the sport's done.
There's 5 million kids between the ages of 6 and 12 playing soccer in the United States right now.
Yeah.
Outdoor only. If you include indoor, it's 6. If you add the two together, it's over 6 million kids between 6 and 12.
What I'd like to know, Will, I mean, like as a Brit, as an Englishman, one. How did they get involved in football at that level anyway? I mean, like, I don't understand. You've got all your national sports, and you've got a lot of great national sports, all right? I don't relate to them because they're not like British sports that I've been brought up with. But, like, how did they at that age get involved in those? I think it's fantastic. Listen, I think it's brilliant that you guys are involved in football and you love Premier League clubs. I just find it amazing. I'm amazed when I meet supporters groups come up because I run a Spurs group myself, a big Spurs group, and I meet them. They come up from Dorset and places in England. It blows my mind, to be honest with you.
For example,
to answer your question,
here in Orlando, Rivaldo, along with R9 Ronaldo, they opened a academy on here at John Young, the R9 Academy, and so that's helping getting some of the young Brazilians who live here in Orlando, Argentinians, and Colombians come in, and so there's talent that's going to come through. I think a lot of it really is migration, because you have a lot more people coming from Eastern Europe, from England, everywhere. They're wanting. They're bringing it here. That's why I laugh every time people get football, because like football, people are watching football here. People are playing here, and now they're starting to establish roots. Now the pay-for-pay system is still in place, but people are recognizing that, okay, we need to get these players who can afford
it's stunting the growth and promotion relegation. That needs to happen.
Yeah, and that's the only stumbling block. But there are people who are investing here, and they had a game here in June. The Brazil legends. So Vinicius Jr. was, he was here, along with Rodrigo and stuff like that. Because Orlando has a large Brazilian population, and my students, Brazilian, it
doesn't have anything to do. I'm sorry. I understand the contribution that expats and immigrants play to that, but that's not where the main driving force of the U.S. youth system is growing from. It's not from.
I would say it's growing along with homegrown, because I think that's the big when I hear other people talk about, okay, what's the problem with U.S. soccer, right? How do we take advantage of those who are here? Because there are a lot of people who do play the game, but they don't know the avenues of how to get into the game, like to get into channels where your son is playing. I hear these stories every day, and here in Orlando City, I'm trying to get Orlando City to come to my school to set up a soccer club, because some of the kids who just came fresh on the boat, they want to play. They want to play for America. They want to be able to play. So I think that is a growing driving force of.
No, I mean, it's not, because there's literally more 6 to 12-year-olds playing soccer than there are Brazilians living in the United States. Right, really? The entire country.
Well,
there's 1.9 million Brazilian people in the United States.
Damn, Will's a good stats.
And there's 4 million kids between the age of 6 and 12 playing outdoor soccer.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
that's not, it's right. But like I'm saying, right, when you combine Brazilians, you combine all these immigrants who are coming in, even including Mexicans who are becoming Brazilian Americans, who are becoming Mexican Americans, first generations, right? A lot of these people are driving it. I'm not saying the homegrown don't love it, but you're also the reason why the sport is growing too, because you have people who love the sport came here, right? First generation.
Mari,
right?
I gotta disagree with you again, man. Because I understand that's a good part of that, but what I'm saying is I've traveled all across the United States, played tournaments for all over the United States, Florida, Texas, California. I've gone to all of these places. The majority of the kids, a good 80%, are all white.
Yeah.
White, English-speaking white kids. Hold on. And the Hispanic, they have their own leagues. And Hispanic leagues don't compete in mix. The best kids in those leagues get recruited and scouted by the clubs to come play in the academies. But the majority of the Hispanic leagues, which are usually age mixed, because they don't have enough kids to play per group, it's like it'll be U12 through U15s, and then U16s to U18s, and that's the Hispanic leagues. They don't have enough kids to even fill a whole team of the same age group. Whereas my club has 6 07 teams.
Damn.
Will, why was those 80% white? Why were those 80% white?
Yeah, the players on the teams are 80% white in the club system.
Why is that? Why?
Because it costs money, probably.
Because it costs money.
It's just a lot of white. There's a lot of white people here in America.
It's 67% of the country is white, right? So
there's always going to be a lot of white people and everything.
That's why I know we got to argument about a year or 2 years ago. Because I said some of our best players who know how to play football are not playing football because of that access, right? Because of that scarcity. Because it's not enough.
But if they're coming into the U.S. as young children, they haven't learned that. Like, you don't just get football skills through osmosis because you were born in Brazil, right? Like, that doesn't happen. You actually have to train. You have to learn. You have to play.
He's studying Richarlison.
Yeah, so the U.S. soccer system it's like a middle class. It is a middle class white sport.
Yeah.
This is just that's all. That's just the way it is. U.S. soccer system is a middle class white sport. That is why they have
Yeah,
the phrase
part.
soccer mom,
Why
soccer
is
dad.
that? Why
There's
is that?
actually because it
why is
costs
that?
money.
Because
Because it costs money.
If you
Because
go
it
back
costs money,
to
and
the
it's
traditions of
unfortunate.
British football,
Yeah, it is.
right?
It is
Anyone can
unfortunate
kick a
that
ball.
there
Anyone can
we
kick
have
a ball.
we
Yeah,
have
so-
real.
But you can't. Where are you going to kick it?
We have-
You'd have to kick it on the street.
I'm not-
There's no
I'm
place to
not-
play.
I'm not-
like there's recreation.
Hold on.
With-
Guys,
with
let me
the
finish.
disrespect.
Let me finish my point.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying that it is a white middle class sport because we have real access issues, because it's expensive, because the U.S. they are expecting, like Will was talking about, that when you're going to play soccer, you're going to play on a big pitch, and it's going to be on grass, and it's going to be on lawn. And where are there grass and lawn? Suburbs, in certain areas, in the inner city, urban areas, right in the middle
no
of
pitches.
New York, you don't have you have Central Park, and that's about it. You don't have big expanses of grass where there's a pitch. The suburban white middle class families that have that access, and that's why that there is a real big issue as far as diversity
But
and
not even that,
access
but
for
it's-
U.S. soccer. If you just look at the makeup, hold on.
I'm
No,
not.
she's
No,
right,
no, no,
Adrian.
no,
Hold on.
no,
You can't
no
disagree.
such thing.
She's
No,
in the
hold on.
U.S.
No,
She's right.
this is
If we
we're
were
not
talking
talking.
about-
There's no such thing
if
as
we-
disagreeing.
we
I'm
were
talking
talking
about
about-
what it is in the
If we were
States.
talking about tennis, or we talked about tennis or golf, I would agree. You can kick a can.
No.
Tennis and golf. Hold
Adrian.
on. Tennis and golf are more
Rags
accessible in the United
wrapped up
States
in
than
a ball
soccer.
in a side alley
Adrian, there's
and
no
be
such thing as
amongst
disagreeing.
people in a
There's
poor
no such thing
neighborhood.
as disagreeing
I
here.
don't
I am talking
With
about the way
football,
that it
football's
is
always
in the
been-
U.S.
Football's been like
I'm
real
not telling you this is the
down
way
to
it can be or
working
should
class
be.
sport.
I'm telling you that
Okay,
this
so
is the way
football in the
it
UK
is.
is a working class sport. Hold
No,
on. Football in the
you
UK.
can't.
Adrian, hold on. Football in the UK is a working class sport. Here in the United States, it is not. Okay?
Yes, that's my point. I'm not telling you.
Why not?
I'm not saying that that is
Because there's
what
no
it is.
act-
I'm
Why
saying
not?
that
I'm
that's
gonna
what
tell
it
you
is.
why. Hold on, let me tell you why.
Why not?
Hold on, everybody, chill out for a second. Let me tell you why. Because the reason why is because, like I said, there are public parks that have soccer pitches. Right? Those public parks lease out the space to football clubs who run practice trainings from 3 p.m. to 8:30, 9 p.m. at night, Monday through Friday, hold games from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday. There is no access. They are being used. The pitches are used constantly by giant pay-to-play clubs. There's a recreation level. We have a grassroots level, but the grassroots level costs $150. You might be able to get into like a YMCA team for $20-$30 or go play for in a Hispanic league for probably the same $20-$30. You know, their kits are just like t-shirts with numbers taped on the back, and they go out and do whatever they're going to do. But the problem is they have nowhere to play.
Yeah, we're not
Will,
Adrian, we're
in
not
the
talking
UK,
about the way it is
in
around
the
the world.
UK,
We're
right?
talking about
Last time I looked-
this is the way it
last time I
is
looked
in the
in the
US. Hold
UK,
on. We are talking
yeah,
about this is the way it is in the US.
I just want to go back to the point that Will
we have
brought up.
park
And what I'm
open
trying to say is,
spaces, and
because I'm
like,
not
anyone wants to get
Oh,
a
yeah,
ball
look.
out and
Yeah, let
kick
me
it
talk.
around, they can. Sorry, man. Go on, Karen. I'm ready.
No, but I mean, where do you play in the UK? Like, where do people play?
Well, basically, any park, unless the rules have changed. Don't get me wrong, I'm an old dog now, so things might have changed a lot since. But basically, if we went to play, there weren't no marked out pitches, no shit like that. You just went over your local park, put a couple of jumpers down or jackets down as goalposts, and
Yeah,
you
people
played
do
a game
that.
of football.
Yeah,
and
people
then
do
during
that.
the day, more and more people join that, and then like your mum and dad would come from the street and they'd say like, "Oi, Adrian, come on for dinner." You go up for dinner, someone else be playing. You'd have like, you might have
You have people doing
Right.
that, but the problem is you don't get good doing that.
Yeah, like for actual like technical and skill
That's
building,
not-
you have to pay to be a part of a club.
And
to
then
get
like you're saying, license there is all right. You can't play here. I just find that horrifying, to be honest. with you.
Yeah, let me
If the
speak.
if the field's being used, they can't play there
I would
because
say
it's
this,
literally being purchased by the club.
Okay, I will say this. I'll say
I
this.
admire you guys so much, honestly.
A
I
lot,
really
a
do,
lot
really
of
do.
a lot of the kids who play, who haven't even played as adults whatsoever, if they come here, especially if they learn their skills at the age of they play literally at the age of 3, 4, 5, right? If they come here, maybe say 7 or 8 years old, right? They have some of the foundations, but other than playing a pickup game with taking maybe 2 cones and even play on the street, right? Their dreams, when they come to America to dream for opportunity, legally or illegally, but their footballing dreams die because they don't know where to go, right? Or they don't have the money in regards to...
They don't have the coaching or the training, Mark. 'Cause I'm telling you right now, we play teams, we scrimmage against teams in the Hispanic League, and we wipe the floor. I'm talking 12-0. It's not even close.
Exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, they don't have the infrastructure to be able to do that. If things were the same in the sense of they never came here, like they stayed in Porto Alegre and whatsoever, it would be a different story. Not saying the result wouldn't be the same, but it would definitely be a different story because once they come here, their growth is stunted because they don't know where else to go. They don't have that money. They don't have the infrastructure. That's what was kind of huge that what R9 did. He has you could Google it, look it up. He has this, academy that he's trying to do here in Orlando, which is, I think, is a blessing for those who are, not only American.
Yeah, but it's not free. You got to pay.
I was about to say that. You still got to pay.
You got to pay.
Unless they give scholarships, which I hope.
Okay, all clubs give scholarships, but they go find the 1 or 2 good kids from all of these leagues, and they give them to come play for free, right? They give scholarships, but you have to be like the top 5% in the Hispanic League to come get a scholarship at a club. And this is what I'm saying. It's a business here, dude. Coaches, you can work. You can make over $100,000 a year as a coach in the United States. When I was telling Stelios the amount of money that he could make in the United States with a UEFA B license, he almost lost his mind. It's literally like 2 times the amount of money he could make in the UK with a UEFA B license. You could make, I'm telling you right now, at any private club in the United States, if you're watching this and you have a UEFA B license, you could come here right now. They will sponsor your visa and you can make over $120K being a coach in football in the United States. I know because all of my kids' clubs are all from Europe.
I've been lucky.
Soccer at USA level, I'm all for that. And I think, like, when we're talking about the money you're talking about, go and watch NFL games, hockey or whatever it is, basketball, blah, 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 then obviously, like, parents of children, if you think, like, okay, go and play football over the park, Sonny, like, all you need is a pair of trainers. Like, that's a much cheaper option, isn't it? Than like having to have a full American football kit or whatever.
We just explained why that is in Africa that applies. In South America that applies. The difference is we commercialize everything.
Well, not only that too, but actually playing probably Pee Wee football is probably cheaper. You don't buy your pads; they give them to you.
Yeah.
Right, when you play Pee Wee level,
I don't know how that works.
Now in hockey, you got to buy or rent the pads, but most football, flag football, or even full contact football. When I was a kid, I didn't have to pay I paid for my uniform, like the top, but the pants, the pads, and all that stuff. We just went and got out of a big container box, and they just passed them out. Does this fit? Does this fit? Spray some gasoline on it to kill all the bacteria.
That's why basketball.
Basketball is our street sport. Yeah.
That's why basketball has done so well and has so much diversity, because basketball is a sport that anybody can play, and we have basketball courts.
Basketball is our working man sport.
Yeah, it's open and it's intercity. It's everywhere.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested to learn as a Brit, right? I'm interested from you guys. You can educate me, right? I'm interested to learn is like how is soccer in the USA now? How is the growth of soccer now? I know Beckham's come over and all that, right? But like, how is it? How are the American population taking to it? Like,
it's growing year over year. It's the fastest growing sport in the United States right now.
It's going up.
Yeah.
But there's still things that stunt it. No promotion relegation. Right. The pay to play stuff. The competition with the other sports. It is still there. It is growing.
I would say the challenge
You
is
can't have like your American football. You can't have like listen. If you don't have promotion, relegation, you don't have the fear of relegation. If you don't have like jeopardy, I mean, like where's the fear and the jeopardy?
So I would say that soccer has a couple. It's growing really fast, but it has a couple of obstacles that they have to overcome. One is exactly what we've been talking about, the pay to play component, right? So you're not going to get the best players out of that system without, actually having more access in general. So there's that. The other thing that people are not paying attention to as much, and it's just going to sound really simple, but everything in the US around sports is very much around,
Success,
I was going to
winning.
say very much around television rights, right? And advertising. The difference when you look at soccer versus some other sports is that there are predetermined, very specific break times in the actual game where you can run ads. Mm-hmm. Soccer does not have that. So you have basketball, for example, right? Basketball has all these, breaks in between. Football has a bunch of breaks in between. Soccer does not slow down very much. And if it is slowing down for a VAR check or whatever, what ends up happening is it's a little bit on a whim. It's like you don't know for sure.
Hold on.
Let her
finish.
So you don't know ahead of time exactly when it's going to stop, other than that one halftime, know? So what happens is that Europe is okay with that, but but US capitalism is not as okay with that, because they want something where they're like, for sure, we can get as much advertising dollars out of this as possible.
Yeah, so for example, in the Premier League, you guys, the entire Premier League, from all TV ad revenues, everything, I'm talking about the whole league, right? 5.5 billion pounds was the revenue for the Premier League. That's less than half of what the NFL brought in last year.
Isn't NFL 15?
$12 million.
$12 billion.
Billion dollars, yeah, $12 billion.
Yeah.
And how much of that is advertising? It's advertising because they know that
we had a 22.5 minute break through the Premier League for a few adverts. We would probably generate that amount of.
I watch it. I watch Premier League, right? There's barely any breaks. You got halftime and that's it. And then
Maybe
they have a little bit of recap, and sometimes in between when they're doing some sort of check or something. Yeah, but it's not like the US.
To be fair, there are advertisements on shirts, which is different to really actually anymore.
MLS, the big difference with MLS than when my dad saw Pele in the
NASL.
NASL, where it was more a novelty to go see Messi and Beckenbauer, those who played the Catalina that played in the 70s, is now more cultural. Like for Orlando City, Nashville, even Cincinnati, it's like it's like culture. It's exactly what England is in regards to even the big clubs to even Stoke, where it's a community club with MLS, right? It's becoming more of a community. You look at Queen City, Charlotte, right? Their fan base is like rapid. You got hardcore supporters, 6,000-7,000. And so that's the big difference of why this sport has been growing.
You know what? Another reason
they've made it a community sport. They made it a community sport, and so now you have that, and so now that's why fans go to the games. They sell. That's why my mates, when they come here, they were like, "Whoa,
hold on!" It was 25 billion in global. So I didn't. That was only national. The NFL had $25 billion in global revenue. The Premier League had 5.5 billion pounds of revenue globally.
So it's
1/5 times.
Yeah, and that's what Daniel Levy wants. NFL. That's why they want an NFL team.
And you think the money is crazy in the transfer windows and stuff. Oh no, you ain't seen nothing yet. That's why I don't care, because that's big money in NFL.
That's the reason why they want
this is why they want the Super League. I'm telling you, it's why they want the Super League.
Oh yeah,
The
the Super League returns to
Super League will come. When you turn out Barclays and chase these big banks, and they say if you get together, bam, and we're gonna promote this all over the world, right? This Super League, where you have people from South America through Mexico to like you know what the EPL. So because I go to Mexico a lot, and for me, it's so easy to see English Premier League, right? It could be Burnley versus
Crystal Palace.
Crystal Palace, right? Yeah. The only game I'm gonna see is Barcelona against Real Madrid, right? The big teams, while the lower teams in the EPL are getting TV coverage in third world countries, Costa Rica. You see, so the Super League is to turn down the Super League, as Florentino Perez says, is asinine for this club. That's why I know it's going to come back. It's going to come back. And here's the thing: and those hypocrites at UEFA, right? I have the interview in August, in April. Oh, we may play some Champions League games in the United States. I can send you the article. We're thinking about doing that. Wait, you're breaking tradition? Florentino Perez has called all these guys out as hypocrites. They're making this place play more games. They're finding new ways to break tradition, but yet the Super League, right? They're the bad guy, right?
Yeah.
Florentino Perez had it correct. He's like, no. Your UEFA is being the bad guys. We're just trying to be smart, generate this money, and we guarantee that we'll pour that money into through the club systems of every nation. So that's why I know the Super League is going to come back because
do you guys think that soccer will really grow in the United States?
It's already grown.
It's already
football has already grown in the United States.
You gotta look at this. So
basically, you don't need like loads of sports equipment, a pair of trainers on a bit of grassland. Away you go, and like.
Our country's too big, right? For one thing, and it's not set up. It's not set up with the same history.
Your country's massive compared.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. But this is why I talk about people like to laugh and make fun of the U.S. style. But you've got the NFL global revenue was 17.035 billion, and this is from 2020 numbers on Wikipedia. MLB was 10.4 billion, NBA was 9.5 billion. And the Premier League was 5.5 billion.
Yeah.
Dollars.
You're missing the trick.
Yeah, so you've got basically, so if you take the top 3 U.S. sports combined and you add all the global revenue, you're looking at almost $40 billion.
Do you know, Will? Do you know what the income is for like soccer across the world or whatever?
For soccer is in its entirety. So over Europe, it's 30 billion euros. So the NFL is 5 billion or about 6 billion short of all of Europe combined.
Because
all the European football leagues from Belarus to frickin' Ukraine, England.
A lot of countries are struggling financially. So can you imagine that 30 billion? How much is EPL?
Because the Premier League is like way out there compared to everybody else.
Yeah,
right. La Liga is number 2, and they were like 4 billion, and then you had Serie A, which is at like 2 billion, and then you have everybody else is way back there. MLS is actually the 10th biggest sport league in the world, and MLS generates $1.5 billion.
Yeah,
and then
it will grow and it will grow and catch up. I've no doubt about that. And it won't grow like it has done previously. It will grow. And
I'm talking about the money. I'm not talking about viewers or fans. I'm just talking about the cash.
No.
Right?
I'm talking about cash, and I don't see. Right, I don't ever see the Saudi League's gonna pump money and all that shit.
No, they won't do nothing.
It's not gonna catch up. The reason
they don't like being second place. They do not like second place.
They can't.
They do not like being second place, bro. They will.
I'm sorry, they're not gonna do it.
They will find a way.
No, they won't.
They will.
It's not possible.
They want
You
to
can't buy history. You can't buy prestige. The thing is, people
they only have like 30 million people that live in Saudi Arabia. They can't do it.
Yeah, it's just
How many people live in the UK?
60 million.
60
Double the
million?
amount. Yeah.
60 million people live in the UK?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Wow.
Half
that.
There's not going to be a day where someone in a pub in, say, Cincinnati, Ohio, is going to watch the Saudi championship of Al Nassr.
How do you know? How do you know?
It's not,
No,
I'm telling
genuinely,
you,
how do you know?
I'm telling you right now, it will not happen.
You got people protesting in England. Jamie Carragher said, we're not going to watch these games because of human rights or whatsoever. And I don't agree with him. Mind you, I don't agree with him. But he does have a point. People, it all comes back to relatability. People are not, I'm telling you now, people are not, you can't buy prestige, you can't buy history, you can't buy influence. Those are the three things that
I'm not saying the Saudi Pro League is going to be the best league in the world in 5 years. I'm saying in 100. Why not?
Never.
No. MLS might be the biggest league in 100 years. Or
It
they'll
might
go
be.
Super League in 100 years. Telling you right now, it won't happen.
You're not going to have Saudi players high press in fucking 30 odd.
You know that they can. You know that they could spend endless amounts of money on making stadiums.
It's not about the amount of money, man.
No. The Qatari stadiums with the air conditioning and shit. There were no problems.
The most exciting league in the world is because you can play at 100 miles an hour, and we live in rain and a cold climate that most people do, and that is a majority reason why we could. Like, when you looked at South American football in the past, as us, when we looked at it, watching brilliant footballers from Argentina and Brazil, right?
Yeah.
Right? They play this slow, sharp, start, fast football. Then they slow down, they take a breather. Then it's fast football. Then they slow down and take a breather. Why? Because it's too fucking hot. That's why.
But Brazil is broke. Brazil is broke compared to Saudi Arabia.
People need to learn where to get their sources from. And just a harmless potato. Hold on, just a harmless potato. Just so you know that you are a harmless potato.
You are a harmless potato.
You actually have to look up statistics, right? So you're looking at revenue in euros. Okay, the NFL for 2022. Right, this guy said, wait, it's for 11. No, 11 is from the United States. It's not global revenue.
Right? Yeah, we're talking global.
17 billion, right? This is 10 billion, 9 billion, 6 billion euro, right? 4 for the NHL. Then you got La Liga in 6th, Bundesliga in 7th, right? Serie A in 8th. Liga in 9th, MLS in 10th.
We love Liga, don't we?
Right?
Yes.
But MLS is in 10th. So, yeah.
Germany,
it's the 10th most profitable sports league in the world. This is from all sports, too, by the way. You got the Chinese Football Association Super League.
The second
2,
Bundesliga,
Brazil,
that's crazy.
Russian Premier League, English Football League Championship. Saudi Professional League, SPL, is right there in 18th as far as dollars made.
Yeah, there you go.
Where does Wiki get their stats from? They're all sourced, man. But
yeah,
I don't know where
that's why it says
all this stuff is for down here.
I mean, that's fucking breathtaking stuff.
Yeah.
Jeez, man. Technology is good, isn't it? I mean,
but also it goes to the point of, all right, Gabby Vega going there, which I think is a huge career risk for him.
I think he's fine. He's fine.
You're missing top quality football for a couple years. You're risking your growth, right?
But so he's making enough money to compensate for it.
He's set for life. He's set for life. So that's but when you have a Mbappe, right? You have a Mbappe say, well, you know what? I'm gonna turn down the chance to win a new European League. But we still haven't had a player turn down a Real Madrid, a Barcelona, a City to go to Saudi Arabia. We have not had one player, right? People bring up Sadio Mane. Sadio Mane was already playing for Bayern and didn't like it. Was upset. He went to the Middle East. Yeah, now one player. Yeah, now one player. And there's one player that says, "Nah, I won't go to Real Madrid."
Aymeric Laporte was linked with Barca.
Merely generated £5.5 billion in 2022, which is the exact same number as €6.4 million, right? The aggregate is €30 billion, 25.5. That's the aggregate, right? So no, you're again, whatever numbers you got from the Premier League themselves, I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Yo, Will, how is the Prem have all this bread, man?
I see a time when I am no longer living on this planet, basically, and I see a time where Premier League matches will be played in America. They'll be played there because there'll be demand for that. Right? It will happen. I mean, I see it'll be like a precursor. At the moment, we have like the European Champions League, right?
Yeah.
Well, what if you include the two best teams from, say, Argentina and Brazil? You throw in an American team or two for political correctness. We all know how that shit goes, right? And like you see these games where like Spurs are playing at home in a world-class stadium, but then like now, I mean, because look at it in reverse, guys. We've got American football teams playing at the Spurs stadium because
it'll happen. English people won't like it. But
so like,
whenever that Super League starts,
I see it happening in reverse. I see games being played in America. It might be Man United versus Man City, even or Liverpool. They're talking
about it.
I see that happening because
it'll happen.
It's not about global bucks.
The Champions League final will be in the United States at some point.
Yeah,
he's already saying
they might have an FA Cup final.
They played in the United States.
To be fair, Copa America, the U.S. and Mexico have played in Copa America before, and we ain't South America.
Money rules.
We're playing next year.
So it's not exactly as mind-blowing as.
And it was successful in America.
We've actually hit a semi-final in the Copa America.
Right. The sport will end up with the money pays the highest bucks, and that's usually America anyway.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you right now. So the Mexican national team plays all of their friendlies in the United States because they make 2 to 3 times the amount of money as they do in Mexico.
Yep.
Yeah, really.
Yes. And there is already a huge Latin population. So the only place in the U.S. that you could go. Actually, you know what the crazy thing is? To add on to what Will said, when the U.S. play Mexico, there are more Mexicans in the stands in every major city, every stadium, besides one in Columbus, pretty much. New York, LA, Chicago, Texas, Florida, Mississippi. You could go anywhere you want. You can go anywhere you want.
They don't play anywhere. They always play in the same exact places. They play in Florida. Vegas. They play in Texas. They play in Kansas City.
Vegas.
The Kansas City is not overly Mexico.
Okay, that might be another one. But genuinely, most time when the U.S. play Mexico, there are more Mexicans, and it's a U.S. home game.
They usually always play them in the Southwest, California, Texas,
Rose
Florida.
Bowl. Yeah.
So let me read this. UEFA considering organizing Champions League matches in the United States. UEFA president, this is in April 25th, President Alexander Sheffrin admitted that some Champions League could stage in the United States in years to come. The Champions League will go stateside in the near future with UEFA President Alexander Sheffrin admitted to the European football governing body that are complementary. See, so these things, they're going to happen, man. It's going to happen. They're already talking about it because there's money in it. There's money.
Are you going to that match?
Yeah, 100% I would go.
We'll remember this from the 80s. I don't know if Steve can remember this or De La Spurs, but my favorite saying is from the 80s. Follow the money train. From the 90s, follow the money train. Follow the money train. It's
not even money train, but I mean the reason why too is you have football obviously has been far more popular in Mexico and far more part of their culture in Mexico for a lot longer than it has here in the United States. There's about 37 million, Mexican Americans, and 60% of those live in the Southeast, right? So when you're playing in California, Texas, Florida, right, you're gonna have I have been a minority. I'm a minority in the city that I live in right now,
Atlanta.
right?
Yeah.
I've been in a minority.
Where do you live, Will?
I live in Duluth, Georgia, or Atlanta, Georgia.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. But like seriously, in my neighborhood right now, I am literally the only white guy.
Yeah. And you know what? The Latin population in the US is only increasing.
But it's not Hispanic. It's just even Asian,
Hispanic,
Indian, African American. I'm talking white. I'm like I've never seen a white guy in my neighborhood.
That's crazy.
Yo, Will, bro. Let me land. Let me land the minerals, man.
Fly it in, buddy. Fly it in.
Exactly, man. The minerals are gonna land, bruv. More organs getting mudded, yeah? Let's have it right, yeah?
All right, Johnny Mineral copycat, go on.
No, there's not too many Mexicans. Mexicans are just fine.
Yeah, I was just saying,
they're
bro,
fine.
like, how do you think the Prem has all this money and stuff like that?
They
because before the Premier League was kind of behind La Liga and something like that.
Because
the Premier League started.
Marketing.
Well, and a lot of it, I think, I know British people are not going to like this. The Premier League is the most popular football league in the United States.
No, I thought it was Liga MX.
No.
I thought Liga MX was more TV ratings.
No.
No? No, I swear it was. Hold on. Let me look it up.
What messed up La Liga? La Liga number one. What they shot themselves in the own foot. Number one, because they don't share the TV money. Real Madrid and Barcelona get most of the TV money,
and Atletico Madrid.
Clubs, they don't share the. So they hurt the Atletico Bilbao's, the Valencias, because they don't get that money. Their league promotes so much of the top two, really. Yeah, Atletico Madrid, but really the top two. They've been so centric in that in TV dollars, right? TV dollars drive everything. Most people want to see Barcelona and Real Madrid. They don't want to see Celta Vigo. They don't want to see Athletic Bilbao. They don't want to see Valencia. And then mind you, Messi and Ronaldo. I'm talking about outside of Spain. Right? Where you get TV dollars, right? Where in the United States, the Premier League promote like this is the Premier League, right? Though they have United, Liverpool, Newcastle, but they promote the league. The league. This is the best league. You have to watch the league. From 1 to 20, this is the league. And they did such a great job. That's why when they get TV deals with America, bam, the most valuable.
It's the biggest deal. Most valuable deal in the world.
Other than the NFL contract deal, the EPL outside of England is the most valuable TV contract. And La Liga has been like, man, how can we get the Bundesliga? The same thing. Like, how can we get to a TV deal the way that the Premier League has promoted their league and the market share of their league?
They signed.
Let's
put this up. NBC. Hold on for a second. NBC signed a brand new this year. They signed a new 6-year deal with the Premier League, right? For $2.7 billion.
Yeah.
That's the U.S. TV station that runs the
alone.
We're throwing in $2.7 billion into the Premier League over the next 6 years. So you guys better start standing up and saluting and putting your hand over your heart when the national anthem plays. Because gosh dang it, we are cash rolling you guys.
Yeah. Well, are there then? You hinted on earlier about like a difference actually between like ethnicity or skin color or whatever.
Right.
Are there predominantly like states in America that with sports that are like more predominantly white, black, Asian, or whatever? Then are there like that much differences?
Yeah. So like in New Hampshire, I would bet more people play ice hockey because we're in a cold climate compared to
Texas.
Yeah. Where Texas is hot. And also there's more white people.
Culture. Like
New
so,
Hampshire.
ice hockey, golf, soccer are probably
Because
primarily
England really would be like one state in America. If not a
Yes,
small
yes,
state. We're not that
basically.
big, actually, right?
Yeah.
I think you've probably got wheat fields in Canada that are bigger than the fucking UK.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Lord.
size-wise,
Or
state-wise.
Texas is fucking huge compared to
Talking
England.
population, though, you guys would be a pretty big state. So
Yeah.
states by population, I think you'd probably be like our second or
But
third
just
largest state.
Potato. Well, you're
No,
not
you'd be the
understanding.
largest state in the U.S. by population.
No, we wouldn't be.
You're
We'd
not
be very
understanding
small.
those TV
Yeah,
deals.
the biggest state's California, and they have about 38 million people. So you guys have more than California. More
That
people
is-
live
No,
in
no, we have
England.
like 70 mil,
That is
probably, but that's
within-
England, not all else, but
Yeah,
like,
to answer just on this potato, that's within the country. Valencia is not. Valencia's not making a TV deal with America now. Now, what I've said this because of subscriptions. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Dallas Cowboys. I'm naming big clubs. They want to eventually have their own subscription plans.
No. Global contracts don't work that way. La Liga is licensed out. ESPN has a deal rights with that, and it costs the difference between ESPN's deal with La Liga and the NBC deal with Premier League is astronomical. ESPN spent less than $20 million US a season for the La Liga or TV rights.
So that's 100 times less than the NBC Premier League deal. If I'm
Well,
doing
it's
my
over
math right.
6 seasons. So if you divide 20 million a season for La Liga, and then whatever 2.7 billion is divided by 6, so what is that? 500 million
Yeah,
Something like that.
ish.
like I said, and the individual clubs are not allowed, especially in Spain, to make their own TV contracts with individual nations. They have to do it under the league. But what they're trying to do is Real Madrid knows that if they were to go off as their own entity in regards of TV contracts, that they would get huge amount of money of $9.99 Real Madrid TV subscriptions all over the world to televise games.
Yeah.
These are things that the Dallas Cowboys, which would never happen in the NFL because they'll literally kick them out. But Jerry Jones, right, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, like, man, you know how much money if we were our own subscription to see the Dallas Cowboys game, $9.99 per household for our fan base. You know how much money that is? There are clubs that are thinking that, but they can't. And in this state in 2023, they can't do that because clubs will sue and whatsoever. That's what Real Madrid would think about doing. That's what Barcelona would think about doing in those regards.
Yeah.
But still, like I said, their league TV contract doesn't come close to the EPL deals.
Well, I will.
In other countries.
Well, speaking of like other leagues versus like the Prem, I do think that people are also underestimating some of the language barriers.
Yes.
In regards to that as well, because I think that the Premier League is so accessible because English is still like the number one, spoken and understood language in the world.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more accessible. And then you look at, La Liga, and I mean, there's so many Spanish speaking countries as well. Arabic, for the Saudi league, that unless they get some, commentators there and everything, but they won't.
The commentators
do
for La
that.
Liga are in English.
It's like, what's that?
Commentators for La Liga are in English in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that how it starts with like, okay, you got a bunch of Spanish speakers, right? And then that's very accessible for them. And then it becomes so big that they also have English commentators, and it's very accessible to them as well. But you know what I mean? But they don't have that yet, for a newer league that's coming out and not speaking English and not, not speaking one of the languages that are like the top 2, most in the world, I mean? So I think that like there is some of that's a barrier for accessibility for people. And also like, even if they were to get like translators or English speaking commentators, I think that that's like an additional layer though, that they're putting on there to make it more accessible. But people who are, in the US, I think that it would be challenging for them because they would be like, well, you know, but they're translating it for us. They're not like us, you know, because I think that I think Americans have a lot of things about like relatability.
Humans in
You have a lot
general.
of power as well. I'd say eventually, if football, soccer grows that way in America, because you are bigger and you have the bigger you will end up with a bigger fan base because you've got a massive population of like 350 million probably. You know, Europe in total, if they were football fans, is about 500 million. I think eventually that over a period of time you dominate. I don't think it's a bad thing. And because that will be where the money comes from, you know. So like,
Could be. Then again, I don't think the U.S. will win a World Cup in my
happen.
lifetime
Listen,
because
they
there have
will.
been far better teams.
In business
No, we will.
rules.
No, I don't think we will.
Yeah, we will.
Will, you're a long way from Starbucks.
I would love to see you guys bet on that.
It won't happen in my lifetime, but I see it happening simply like just.
Oh, you'll see the U.S. win a World Cup in your lifetime.
I don't know.
Play
Why isn't
football.
Holland then? Holland have produced
all you
far
need-
better footballers for many years compared to us. They
Play
produced the best
football.
footballer of
Not
all
the whole
time, in my
team.
opinion, in Cruyff.
Not numbers.
Yeah.
Single
Yeah.
individual players that
Play
were great,
football,
but
all
not
you
the
need is
numbers of
football.
team. It
No,
takes
that's
numbers.
nothing else.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it is
They've
true.
been to the
At one
finals.
time, name 25 world-class players that have ever played on one Holland team.
Any of the squads,
Never.
any of the squads from the
Next
70s or 80s,
Cruyff,
any of them.
No.
Well, 90s they had
Johnny
the-
Rat-
25 that played
Van
on the
Basten.
same. Hold on.
Ronald
25 championship
Ahmed
level, Champions
Deboe.
League level players playing on the same team at one World Cup has never happened. Doesn't even happen for England.
In 98,
Yeah.
Dennis Bergkamp,
Okay.
you know.
Right
Van
now,
der Sar.
the United States men's national team had more Champions League players than the England national team did in the 2022 World Cup.
Yeah, but you gotta contextualize what Champions League club those are. A Champions League club could be Sheriff Tiraspol.
Exactly.
Okay, that's
Right.
still better than playing for Leicester last season.
Or Burnley.
So
You know
you're
what?
Burnley-
saying
You know what? US.
you're
you know-
saying go sorry, go on.
Well, I was going to say,
Yeah.
you know what USMT does have in their locker? The US is really great at acquiring other countries, players, or people in general.
Well, dual national.
We're really great at that. So
Dual
the
national.
US
So does the
is
UK,
great
right?
at just figuring out how to
Listen,
get everybody.
The UK
that's good
has
over
jerked
to
all
us.
the Jamaican
Because
guys for like years. What are you talking about?
Well, they're going to Jamaica now.
right?
The Jamaicans
Robinson,
starting to play.
Musa, they're all English actually, as well as American, I
we have
guess.
like 2 or 3
you know?
English guys on our team.
Yeah,
That's it.
but that's what I'm saying. Like
Dual
Americans
national.
are great at acquiring, people.
Well, that's
of
because
other
they have dual
Hold on, but they're-
citizenship.
Hold on, but they're doing
Listen,
that
if your
now.
grandmother's got
Hold
a bulldog that can play for England. For
I mean,
Ireland, it's like your grandfather's got a Wolfhound, Irish Wolfhound, getting played for Ireland. That's always been the way in sports, isn't it? Like, you know, you'll always find a way like to bend nationality so it's like, oh, an American player can play for America rather than Canada, something like that. You know?
Yeah, but not to the same level.
Yes.
Like, I mean, you have like like some players that are going to play for like their parents, country that they immigrated from or whatever. You have a couple of those here and there, right? But it's not to the extent of like the US potential that they will do, and also the current USMNT. You know what I mean? Like we've really like gotten players, like a lot of our players right now, like some of the good ones, Musa, and Robinson, Ballaghan, they're all
Reyna,
players
hold
that
on.
have connections
Cubed,
to other countries.
But that's only because the system that the U.S. started when they started MLS, the first generations to come out of that is the Pulisic generation. That's the first generation to come out of the USDA Developmental Academy system, the youth system. So right now at this level, we don't have there is the number of talent, the size of the talent pool is very small at this current one. The reason why I with Chest say that we'll win, at least reach
I
a
hope you're
final,
right.
reach a final of the World Cup by 2036. The reason why I say that with chest is because right now our U15s are smoking Mexico 4-2 and beating Brazil 3-1.
So hold on. So that's not the reason why I say it, but I do support what you're saying. So the reason why I'm talking about how we are grabbing some players, that have some training from other areas, is I'm saying that we have done that and now elevated at least this generation of the USMNT, right, through that, and actually have now a lot of players that are inspiring younger people who are here, and that is going to, and also it's going to up the game of the players that are currently on the team that are squad players or really, really young, I think it brings the entire program.
Adrian, let me go after Q. I also think globally,
people through that aren't really on us to do that. We've done it in the UK. We've done it in cricket. We've done it in loads of sports.
Adrian,
if you can't produce,
I also want to say globally, also national teams and their federations, the teams have gotten weaker. Like, for example, you have Italy, who has not made another World Cup. You have Germany that bombed during the World Cup. Brazil, this is one of the longest periods they have not won a World Cup. So you have other confederations.
Did they drop, or did other confederations just get stronger, so now it's more competitive?
No, that's what I'm saying. Again, let me finish. Other confederations are also improving at the same time. Africa showed out in the last World Cup, right? Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Ghana, like so they're improving. So you have that doing at the same time. So it's not far-fetched that United States, even England now has a shot now to win the World Cup, whereas in the 90s and the 80s, it seemed like these superpowers were still superpowers. Now these superpowers, their level has decreased while the world has cut. It's almost like the women's World Cup. United States, yes.
That's what it's going to turn into. I'm telling you right now. That's what men's football will turn into. Will be the exact same thing as the women's.
The females team did concentrate, but to disrespect, actually the world has caught up to the women's team. They have caught up, and now they won the World Cup. They've
caught up when we're playing our cocky woke 40-year-olds.
Yeah. You're right. Because
honestly,
you're right.
Italy, Denmark, they should win this group. They should beat these teams easy. Doesn't happen.
Iceland has become.
It's a struggle.
Iceland have fell off a cliff, though. To be fair, Iceland have fallen off a cliff.
But they got to a point where they got better.
Yeah.
Because the Euros,
it's simple math, man. We have
Georgia.
350. Hold on, we have 350 million kids, or 350 million people in the United States. We have over 20 million kids playing soccer, over 11 million playing in the USYS system, right? The number of people, sheer people, so the quality it's coming out of these clubs, these academies, these pay-to-play academies now, right? Or they just started back, not even 10 years ago?
Yeah.
By UEFA B and A licensed coaches, right? UEFA coaches, right? I'm telling you, I don't know a single coach in my kids club that doesn't speak with an accent, whether it's from Europe, Russia, UK, South America. They all have accents, right? Yeah. These guys are training the future generation of USMNT players, right? And you have these teams, and you're talking 100 clubs with at least 3 teams that are in very competitive. I'm talking like the difference between our top team and our bottom team is maybe 2 goals, right? If they were to scrimmage, if they go head to head against each other, not a huge difference. Plus, you take that times 100 across the entire United States, California. Now, there are some regions in the United States where they suck, right? The North Midwest suck. especially the Northeast sucked pretty bad too. There's only like 2 or 3 good clubs in the Northeast, Region 1. But you go from Region 3 to Region 2, 3, 4, 5, like the whole Southeast and the West Coast, right? There are teams, our youth teams that go, we have the same youth 16 team from Seattle went and smoked Arsenal's U6 team 7-1. They blasted Arsenal's U16 team 7.
But that's one result. That don't.
It doesn't matter. It's 7-1.
Yeah, it's good.
It does matter.
Will, now you're going
to
wins for kids.
One, you have the fact that they've won that game 7-1, which is a great scoreline, and 2, adds that effect on the Arsenal team and their coaches and all that, and think like, what the fuck happened there, right? No, it does. It has a profound effect, and it shows
U15s.
There has been that. No, it shows there is a distinct change.
Yeah,
right.
There's a huge change. That's what I'm telling you guys.
Right now, there's a big difference between trying to transport that or transcend that up to a higher level, to international level.
It has to go.
What it shows is it shows fucking improvement. Hang about.
Yeah,
we've come here and we got spanked fucking 7-1. Now, any player in that league's going to think, who plays in that team's going to think, shit, what the fucking happened there? Because I would have unplanned there. I'm thinking like, was it tactics? Was it art? Were they just well, obviously they were better than us on the day, right? Was it tactical? Was it this? Did we get this wrong or that wrong or whatever? Or have they grown? We underestimate them, or they've grown to such a level. There are lots of things you could. There's too many permutations to think about what went wrong there. You know, you could have been cocky and gone there, wrong attitude and got spanked, or whatever. But you still want to be. No one wants to be spanked 7-1, right? So
and then you can watch. You can watch. No, hold on. This is the thing.
I don't know the ins and outs of all
this is
that.
a potato. This is what I'm talking like. You guys want to try to drop it off like it's nothing, but you have also the Seattle Sounders FC U15 team playing Arsenal in a global youth tournament, and they beat them 3-0. And you can watch the highlights. They didn't just beat them; they put them over their knee and slapped them like babies.
Yeah.
Well, then
waxed them.
That's the thing. It has to translate level to level to level.
It takes time.
To level.
Those kids have to get to turn 18, 19, 20.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This youth system in the United States is not even 10 years old.
Right.
Oh yeah.
For me,
I just found it. Manchester United have joined Wolves in scouting Seattle Sounders, 2 duos, Obed Vargas, and Reed Baker Whiten. So 2 Seattle Sound right here, United and Wolves scouting 2 from Seattle Sound. So this is what we're talking about.
That is
producing young talent.
How does this compare state to state?
So some states, it doesn't compare state to state, right? It doesn't compare state to state. For example, if Georgia, Florida, Texas, California, Washington State, North Carolina plays teams in the North, right? Bar Missouri, for whatever reason, Missouri is like this island of soccer goodness.
Yeah.
In the middle of nothing. Don't ask me why, but St. Louis and Missouri are both really good.
You always get a freak. Go on.
I don't know why, but bar the state of Missouri, pull the state of Missouri, they would absolutely trash. Like, so there's this thing called Olympic Development, or why am I drawing
PDL?
No, it's
Premier Development League? No.
ODP. Olympic It's ODP. It's Olympic Developmental Program or something like that. But it's it is what existed before MLS and the US or the USSFDA Developmental Academy started. So my son played ODP, and then what that does is when we would play the Region 1, so it was a combined team of North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, right? Like the best kids from that region play in the North. We would smoke them like 7-0. Like when we had to play California, it was a tight game, 1-1. boom, boom, like smashing it. So there's a disparity because there's cultures. For example, like when I lived in Virginia, I could wear a Tottenham kit into like the local Home Depot and nobody would ever say anything to me. And if I ever saw a Tottenham kit, it was kind of like, like seeing a unicorn, right? Like you're going around.
Yeah.
I moved to North Carolina. I walk into the Home Depot, no lie, the first day to get some supplies for moving in, right? And then there's some guy behind the cash register that's probably around your age, Adrian, bantering me because I'm a Tottenham fan because he supports Arsenal, right? Like day one. So there's regions where the sport is really popular, right?
Yeah.
And then there's regions like D1 schools. There are more Division I NCAA colleges for soccer in the state of North Carolina than there probably is in the majority of the Midwest combined.
Yeah.
But soccer's a growing sport, yeah, in the States?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should imagine it would be. I'm surprised it wasn't back in the day because I always thought like, well, it's a cheap sport. All you need is a pair of trainers, boots, and away you go.
Well, we have other leagues. We have other sports in the US.
If you got to pay to go and play football at a park, I think, fuck it all. I mean, like, that's disgusting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing, Will, why I look,
2007.
Number one.
It's only been around since 2007.
Yeah.
The DA was started in 2007.
I'm just not trying to get hyped up, bro. I don't go breaking my heart, Will. Because if you're telling me the U.S. are going to get to a world, hold on. If you're going to tell me the U.S. are going to get to a World Cup final before 2036 and they don't, I'm gonna be like, fucking hell.
Yeah.
But the thing here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. Like
USA have always held their own. They might not have won competitions, but they've always held their own. They've always been very.
They give a good account. They always give a good account of themselves.
Yeah.
Like I think
imagine that when we actually have technical ability.
That's the thing. Well, it's gonna take maybe.
I'm telling you right now, our
14 years.
I'm telling you right now, our 15-year-olds are better than the 15-year-olds across the world. I'm telling you, the United States 15-year-olds are better than the 15-year-olds around the world, man.
France, really?
I mean the South Americans too. You know what I mean? Don't forget Belgium. Like, don't forget the Anderlecht lot, Steve. You know what I mean?
Telling you,
they're going out everywhere.
I still think France are going to be dominating for years and years and years and years.
Exactly, bro. Let's not be
but then again, people thought Germany would too, and people thought Spain would. So I could be wrong. Probably am.
Man, it could be. But Will, let's have it.
Germans are always very well organized. They've always got. They're very systematic and methodical. They're very hard to break down. They're very similar to British teams in a way. But but they've always known how to cross the line. I think they've won about a couple of World Cups and 3 Euro championships. You can't knock them. They're always very good in competitions.
What, Germany?
The Germans, yeah, the Germans are.
No, Germany's been crap the past two tournaments.
Good, right?
No, we've been terrible the past 3 tournaments. Absolutely terrible. 2 World Cups in a row, Germany's exited the group stage.
Record, right?
Yeah, and the Euros, we were fucking crap the whole tournament.
You always find that you always find that
US always gets out of the group stage.
I'm talking Germany. Well, I'm talking Germany.
Well, like the players are doing good, right? So, like, if it's not the Germans, it's the French players.
I tell you who you got to watch for, though. You know who the sleepers are? No.
Yeah,
Japan and South Korea are sleepers right now. I'm telling you.
I can never get my head around it, right? The French players are good, right? But the French league is shit.
No, it's not.
Come on now.
Yeah, from top to bottom, he's right. It is pretty bad.
The players that have come out of that league have been crap. They've been crap. Back in the day when it's Dutch players went to Spanish league and the Italian league, they were fucking. The Dutch players were brilliant. When the German players left, they were fucking excellent. You know, I mean, like the French league it's been a bit of an anomaly. Actually, I've got nothing against the French. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not saying it. Yeah,
have done really well. And you could say get the same against the Belgians, right? You've had like Vertonghen, Alderweireld, Vincent Kompany,
Dries Mertens,
Eden Hazard.
Eden
All
Hazard,
these players have left the
Lukaku.
Belgian league, and yet the Belgian team, they've got through to semi-finals. They've never quite crossed the line, have they? They've been very good, you know, but they've never got across the line. And like, so you could say like, oh, they're very good, and they were very good, but they've done nothing. Having said that, England have done shit, right? We've done shit.
There
right?
you go.
I'm just telling you guys, follow. Everybody go follow USYNT on Twitter if you're not following USYNT on Twitter. Follow USYNT on Twitter. Find out about the young guys. I'm not talking about, you know, U21s, U23s. Those are all fine. U20s, those are fine. Look at the young guys. Watch some of the guys that they're playing. A lot of these guys are straight up. These are the best kids coming out MLS clubs right now.
Oh, man.
They are pumping. Beat England 2-2 on penalties. Japan, although beat us 5-3 in the last tournament. No, I'm talking 14-year-olds.
Oh, shit, sorry. Bit young.
Yo, Will.
I don't know.
You're a long way from Starbucks, man. What
we're about 14 years away from Starbucks, my friend.
Why are you rating those kids, man? Stop being on this Epstein FC train, man. Come on, man.
Arsenal's Academy can't beat a Seattle Sounders team, dude. Save their lives. U17s are waxing you guys 7-1. The U15s are beating you 3-0.
No, he's trying to insinuate. No, Will, he's trying to insinuate that you're being weird because you're looking at youth football.
My kids playing youth football.
Yeah. So Minerals, aka fucking Johnny Minerals.
Speaking of which, we've been on this stream for 4 hours, and I have to wake up at 7:30 in the morning to do the watch along, and then drive to North Carolina for, for youth football. My sons were playing Charlotte and NCFC tomorrow, so that's late.
Yeah, man. Let's have it right, Will. Let's have it right, man. You said that US could potentially win our cup, but
we'll make a final by 2036.
Because you guys don't take football seriously.
Or 2034, sorry.
Don't take football seriously.
We've been taking football
seriously. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Look,
I mean, in the sense
great
of where,
show from a Brit listening to you guys and your perspective. I think it's a fantastic show, actually.
Minerals missed the whole part of the show where we were talking about the US.
Will, actually, as well. Well, he holds it all together really well.
Yeah,
you know?
man. Big up Will, though. You know what I mean? Will's got the minerals, man.
They do. Right. And look how much stronger Africa's gotten, too. I'm telling you.
Sensible guys, you know what I mean? You talk sense.
Yeah, man.
You know
Will lands the minerals, man. He muds the wrong ones. You know what I'm saying, Adrian?
Yeah, we do. But we're going to have to shut this one out, guys. I do have to get to bed. I'm getting text messages saying, what the hell are you doing?
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, no problem. Folks at home, we will be back tomorrow morning, 7:30 in the a.m. Eastern time, whatever time that is in the UK, +5. You do the math. We'll be back for the watch along. Mario, you going to be there with me, or I'm going to be doing it by myself?
Yeah. My prediction, 2-1 Spurs.
Tomorrow we'll be top of the league. We'll be top of the league.
I'm saying 2-1 Bournemouth.
Yeah, 2-1 Bournemouth, me too as well. I can't have you guys top of the league.
4-1 Spurs, top of the league. Right? Behave yourself, right?
No, you're not gonna be in our place, mate. You know what I mean?
No. At least if we go top of the league tomorrow, Minerals, when you guys end up finishing below us, you can say you bottled the top of the league because you were in it for 35 minutes.
We're gonna beat Fulham. Don't worry. You know what I'm saying?
Not 200 days like you guys last year, but 35 minutes. You could say you were top of the league for 35 minutes, so you bottled it.
Because we're gonna slap Fulham anyway. That's what I see happening. So
yeah, but that's the League Cup. We'll not be top of the league.
I think you're gonna draw Fulham.
Top of the league. Then we can slap Fulham.
I think you guys are gonna draw Fulham tomorrow.
Yeah, I meant Arsenal. Adrian.
Yeah, he's an Arsenal fan. Minerals is an Arsenal fan. He's a gooner.
Is he?
Yeah. But we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Just make sure you hit that bell for the watch along at 7:30 in the a.m. Eastern time. I guess that's 12:30 p.m. UK time. For for the Bournemouth Spurs watch along. I don't know who's joining us. I know Stell's out of town, JP's out of town, maybe Iggy, maybe. So it'll be me, Iggy, and Mari tomorrow there for that. So make sure you watch that. It'll be a lot of fun. Everybody else, there will be no THFC. Yeah, thanks for Adrian for coming on. There will be no THFC Rants show tomorrow night because I will be in North Carolina. That's another reason why I kind of did this show tonight. Mari, if you want to jump on and do something, you're welcome. You don't have to, but I'm just letting people know. I will not be doing a show tomorrow night. So we will be back Monday for the podcast after that. If nothing else happens, everybody home, stay strong, stay Spurs. We will see you guys.
Respect.
Come on,
my man. Come on, you Spurs. See you guys next time. We're out of here.